Prologue. I don't know why I even agreed to tail my friend Amy, as she went on a blind date, but here I was. I could be at home watching Markiplier try to complete his latest horror game, on a live stream right about now. But nope, my best friend had to go on a blind date, with me being her shadow. Who takes their date to a place that was made up of domes, that seemed to simulate different environments? What did they call this again? Bottle zoos, biodomes, or something? Whatever. I yawned, as I exited the rainforest dome. There wasn't even any animals in there, but then again I wasn't too sure if there was supposed to be animals in these domes. It wasn't long before Amy was giving me the signal to back off. Guess that meant she felt safe with this guy. Good, that meant I could go home and watch some much needed YouTube. I veered off down another hallway away from the dome that they were about to enter. The hallway I had turned in was practically empty, which was weird. The signs say this was the hallway to the forest dome. I walked right past the doors that would lead me into the dome and continued down the hall. I was looking for any sign that would take me to the exit. Passing another door that had a rosewood BOI dome. Coming soon, sign on the door. I didn't pay much attention to it. As soon as I rounded a corner I stopped in my track. A group of men in white coats and someone in a yellow hoodie were walking down the hall. The yellow hoodie was in the middle of the group. For some reason I thought his posture looked off, but I shrugged it off. They must be some of the guys that worked here. Down the hallway, whispering to each other. Shrugging, I took a left instead of a right, wanting to stay out the employees' way. After all, I wanted to get out of this place, not get in a conversation with people who actually like it here, to the point they wanted to work here. My phone sounded in my pocket, and I took it out to answer. Absent-mindedly, I heard a commotion from behind me, but it wasn't none of my business. Those guy in white coats, who work here, should still be close by. They could take care with whatever was happening. Looking at my phone, I saw that Amy had sent me a photo of her and her date. Guess she really likes him. The sound of someone running registered in my brain, shortly after I stopped from being hit with something and blinded by some black smoke. Fire! I was floating before I even realized I was falling. My eyes were closed before I even knew they had closed. I was tired anyway. It was a very weird dream too. I felt hands picking me up and it just felt so real. Escaped, Sevilla - won't remember, temporary amnesia, find, Hoodie. I sighed in my sleep at the many voices that sounded in my head, as they began to fade away. Hoodies were cool. I liked hoodies. I drifted deeper into sleep, leaving the voices behind. Chapter 1. I groaned in my sleep as I moved my head to get away from the prickling that was tickling my cheek. It itched and I was not ready to wake up just yet. I must have fell asleep with chip crumbs on my pillow again. I shivered slightly as the wind nipped at my exposed arms. I rubbed them a bit and felt for my covers, my hands feeling nothing but the same prickling met my palm, just like my cheek. And the wind was still nipping at my arms. Then it hit me, why would there be wind in my room? The thought had my brain reeling and I hurried to wake myself up even more. My body didn't want to obey, it felt limp. Even waking up fully was hard, everything seemed dark, distant, and foggy. I groaned as I rolled over onto my stomach, hoping that the new position would help me wake up, so I could open my eyes. The itching was getting to be too much, like bugs crawling on my skin. The thought had my senses come crawling through the fogginess of sleep. I opened my eyes only to have them blink back close. Sunlight. Ugh. I squinted my eyes back open just in time to see something fluttering in front of my vision and then out of my vision. The light was still bothering my sleep-filled eyes, making things hard to see, but I could make out not one, but several butterfly shapes fluttering around me. I blinked the sleep from my eyes, to help clear them. So, not in my room. I rolled back onto my back. Must have went to get a drink last night, if I passed out outside. The butterflies hovered over me, just minding their business, their wings seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. I wonder if the dust on their wings are poisonous. My groggy brain instantly thought of Butterfree the Pokemon. I love Pokemon. I chuckled at myself as I slowly rolled my body forward and into a sitting position. I ached all over, which was weird. If did get drunk I should at least have a headache, or feel sick, or something. Instead my muscles just felt stiff as if I hadn't moved from the same position in hours, which couldn't be. I was the type that liked to roll and hog the bed. My throat and lungs felt dry too. Coughing, I thought I saw dark-colored smoke escape my mouth, like a dragon, but it was faint, so I chalked it up to me just still being half asleep. Lift one arm, I took the back of my hand and rubbed the rest of the sleep from my eyes, wiping away the blurriness that seemed to want to stick around. That done, now came the important question. Where am I? I craned my neck lightly, kind of stretching it, as I looked around, getting a good look at my surroundings. Trees. A jungle? No, that couldn't be right. Shrubbery. Flower were everywhere. Not finding any of that useful, I looked up and found a see-through transparent roof. It was up too high for me to tell if it was plastic or glass. I tried to see if I could see beyond the tree, but of course that was impossible. So, a forest. I concluded, and the transparent roof meant some type of man-made one. Looking down, I saw that I was sitting on grass, which explained the prickling I had felt in my sleep. I was sitting directly in the middle of a pathway that seemed to lead through the trees and shrubbery. 2 plastic bottles with the labels ripped off were beside me. It looked like they had water in them, but I wasn't too sure. Odds were I replaced that water with something else. I was a fresh from high school graduate, and it was very likely that I would do something as stupid. I looked around some more, letting the bottles be for the moment. A sign was off to the side. It read Rosewood Boi Dome, Butterfly Gift Shop. Coming soon. An arrow was pointing to the left, toward another path. I was still in the Boi Dome Museum. How in the world did that happen? I held the closest bottle up to the light to check the contents again, shaking the bottle slightly and rereading the label. Didn't bubble like liqueur, and the seal wasn't broken. The label said it was water. Shrugging and my brain confused with this new conundrum, I popped the seal and drank the water. My throat felt dry, like a desert. I didn't realize how thirsty I was till I took the first gulp. Yep, it was water. I guzzled down the entire bottle, not taking it away from my lips till it crumpled slightly in my hands, from the water and air being sucked out of it. Laying the now empty bottle on the ground, I exhaled loudly, pleased to have one problem already solved. The fog of sleep that had lingered already rapidly fading, now that I was hydrated. Taking a few more meditative deep breaths to help clear my head more, and I was feeling 10 times better. Still staying seated on the ground, I did a few stretches to wake my muscles up. No one seemed to be around, so I didn't see any point in hurrying. Especially, if I was able to sleep in here through the night. It was employees' fault anyway that they left a pedestrian locked in a Boi Dome museum. I just needed to wait for someone to find me. As soon as I was in me stretch, rustling sounded on the bushes behind me. I paused, listening to the sound and rereading the sign. This was supposed to be a biodome with an environment for butterflies. I moved my eyes back to the light that reflected from the glass roof above. Too early for this place to be open, if I was remembering the schedule my friend Amy made me memorize the day before her date. What if they had put more animals in this dome besides butterflies? The thought did not sit well with me. I mean, animals were okay and everything, but if it was the size of a dog, then I was not okay with that. And here I go scarring myself. Great job, Adam. Way to stay cool, calm, collected. I reprimanded myself. Reminding myself of techniques I learned when I was small about how to keep safe when around animals. Maybe it was just a rabbit. Rabbits would just make this place more appealing to the female community around here and popular for people who wish to be romantic and such crap. Getting to my feet in one quick movement, I felt my heartbeat quicken slightly. I was a curious person and so I already knew that my next move was to the bushes where the sound I came from. The fear of the unknown was a feeling that made my mind swirl with what ifs, and maybe it's causing the need to find out pulsing deep under my skin. I turned toward the bushes and let my eyes search for the sound first, narrowing them when I could see nothing. Was it an animal? Maybe it was someone who worked here after all. I clenched my fists and then loosened them at the thought. I was aware that it was stupid of me to be like this, but I just couldn't help feel like there were daggers at my back. Something was telling me deep inside that something about this was not right. I felt like for some reason I was being watched. But then a place like this did have cameras. That would mean that someone should have seen that I was still here during the night though. Great. Now I begin to think like a smart person. I felt myself jump slightly at the audio to make wildlife sound of bird and the such, turned on. Must be time for employees to start showing up, unless the system was on a timer. Was I being watched? Man, I was going to be pissed if this was all some elaborate prank created by my friends. The audio sound of birds chirping wildly was cutting through the long silence. It was getting on my nerves, and just standing here waiting to see if the rustling sound would occur again, just made me realize how humid this place was. Perfect temperature for the butterflies, I guess. Tired of waiting, I decided that if it was my friends, I was going to throttle them, and if it was an employee, I may still cause a bit of a scene. After all, it was their fault a pedestrian got locked in here in the first place. Hey! I called out, deciding that if it was an employee, it was better OT be heard so I can get out of here and go home. I hear you over there, I shouted. The bush rustled again in reply. This time I saw where the movement was coming from. Since no one had voiced a reply and instead was sneaking around, I immediately knew this was a prank orchestrated by my friends. The douches. I sprinted for the bushes, that had stopped rustling, throwing a bottle ahead of me for good measure. I was going to tackle whichever douche of a friend was back there and give them a good throttling. If I was wrong and it was some kind of animal, then it would flee. If it was one of my friends, then God held them through my wrath. If it was an employee, then well, oops. But I just felt stupid standing around and doing nothing. I was a man of action. When the bottle disappeared in the leaf bush and nothing happened, not even a sound, I paused in my advance. What was going on? There should have been a sound of impact, or startle with the bottle fly through the bush. I took the last 2 steps up to the bushes, my hands up in a defensive position, like I had learned at the boxing gym. I was not a happy person when someone tries to scare me. My fight instinct were my first go-to. I leaned over bushes to see nothing. I blinked and dropped my arms. Nothing. But I was sure these were the bushes that had rustled. I let out a long breath, confused. The hairs on the back of my neck seemed to stand down, as I realized I was just acting stupid and jumped to conclusions. Feeling like a complete idiot now, and thankful no one was around to see it. My mind immediately switched gears. I needed to get out of here. I wanted to go home, lock myself in my room and watch YouTube all day. Now that all that is over and done with, time to find a way dash. The air was knocked out of my lungs in an instant. 1 second I was standing and the next I was face down in the very same bushes that I had just searched. The branches and twigs that make up the plant scratching my face, down to my neck. I closed my eyes on instinct to protect them. I felt hands grabbing my arms and roughly pulling them to the small of my back. A weight pressing in on me, making my attempts to throw whoever this was off, impossible. And I thrashed around and struggled for all I was worth to. Whoever this was, they either liked to work out or something. I could feel the strength in their hands as they threatened to break both my wrists in their grip. What do you want? Why am I here? I growled out in frustration. I mean seriously, what the hell? As soon as I shouted my accusations, whoever had a hold of me, flipped me over, with such ease onto the ground, despite my struggling, that I stopped. I may seem dumb to most people, but I knew when I was outmatched. I pushed myself up, bracing my weight on my elbows, and looked at the person who attacked me for no good reason. My eyes locked onto the strange ski mask this person wore. It was completely black with red stitching, making a frowning face on the front of the mask. Oh shit. I felt my mouth gape open at the sight. My eyes instantly scanned the guy in front of me, who stood over me. He was tall, maybe 1.5 feet taller than myself. Long jean-clad legs, and wearing a basic plain yellow hoodie, and dark gloves on his hands. My surprised staring was derailed as soon as he pushed my back totty ground, by placing his boot on my chest, and applied a hefty amount of pressure, to keep me in place, and constricted my breathing. I grabbed at his ankle, trying to push the offending appendage off me. If not just for the sheer fact that it was intimidating as hell, but also that the pressure on my chest was really making it difficult to take a breath. I was seriously getting a bit lightheaded. What are you doing? I shouted with difficulty, having to take as deep a breath as my constricted chest would allow. You psycho, did you put me here? I asked. I was trying my best to mask my fear with anger, which wasn't hard. I was angry. Angry this guy was stepping on me like I was some type of bug. Dude, just remove your foot already. I silently begged. Each attempt at a deep breath was throttled. I felt like I was suffocating, not being able to breathe properly. I was literally fighting back a panic attack at the feeling of not being able to take an easy breath. The guy was silent, and with that creepy mask on didn't make things seem any better to me. He simply cocked his head to the side and, after what seemed like an eternity, decided to remove the pressure his boot was causing off my chest. I laid there thankful for that act alone, and laid there, appreciating the oxygen that filled my lungs. He took a couple of steps back, away from me, but still facing me. Then redirected himself and walked away. I got to feet and cursing myself for what I was about to do next. I chased after him. Something in my gut was telling me that he knew the way out of here. Already he was almost out of sight. Hey! Wait up! I called. He looked over his shoulder once and slowed his pace only slightly, but he didn't stop. It irritated me a bit that he saw that I was trying to catch up to him, but refused to stop. He didn't even slow down his pace, that would even allow me to catch up to him. I still had to run to catch up. And despite his pace and my leg being shorter than his, I caught up to him. Hey, I said again. Thanks for not, I paused, searching my brain for the right words. How did one thank someone for not sending them into a blind panic of suffering through one's greatest fear of being unable to breathe? And also make a decent impression? Or at least a decent impression to a guy who had the ability to change his mind. I didn't want to say the wrong thing. For not squishing me. I mentally slapped myself. The guy stopped suddenly in his tracks, and turned his head to face me. I took a step away from him, and no, I did not flinch. I think I said the wrong thing. I couldn't tell if he was surprised or angry. The black ski mask made that impossible, and he didn't seem ready to talk. His body language gave nothing away either. He was a blank wall. I tried to look at his eyes through the mask eye holes, but it was hard. He had the hood of his hoodie up, casting shade over his eyes. I stuffed my hands in my pocket, feeling completely lost on what to say next. I heard him let out a small sigh before he continued walking. I grimaced as I followed him. This was not going well at all. Usually, I'm very good at having conversations with people. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind as to what I should say next. Did you know the way out? How did you get in here? Do you work here? Did you get trapped in here by accident like me? What's your name? Why are you wearing a mask? Can you take it off? It makes me uncomfortable. Nah, none of those sounded right. I tried to think of the most logical question to ask, keeping my eyes mostly focused on the ground. So, how did you get stuck in here? As soon as the question left my mouth, I bumped into his back. He had stopped again. I looked ahead of him to why he had stopped this time, hoping that it didn't have to do with my question. Up ahead was this black barred door blocked the exit. The doors looked like it was welded shut. There was a digital clock on the wall above the doors, with dull yellow number counting down. 19 hours 53 minutes and 21 seconds. I stared at the digital clock, that obviously didn't belong here. What in the hell is going on? Chapter 2. Adam's POV. It's counting down. I mumbled, watching the numbers count down. Tearing my eyes away from the black digital clock above the barred door and looking back at my companion. He was looking at the clock too, but I could not even make out what he was thinking, and he didn't seem obligated to respond to my analysis of the clock. Then another thought wiggled its way into my brain. This is a game. I was literally surprised to see my strange companion nod his head in agreement, although it kind of looked like he did the motion absent-mindedly, as he seemed to be looking around. I was still focused on the clock, like an idiot. That I almost missed it when he suddenly made a beeline for the trees, causing him to disappear in their shadows. I ran after him, mainly because I didn't know what prompted him to run. I lost sight of him when a tree branch smacked me in the face, caused by him barging through them. I stopped trying to catch up to him once I noticed that I lost him. That is until an arm came from the depth of the shadows of the trees and pulled me into the darkness. My shoulder slammed hard against the side structure of the dome. "Hey, what gives?" I snapped. His hand immediately covered my mouth tightly in an iron grip. It hurt, and my hands instantly went to dislodge it from my face, but froze when his grip tightened even more, when hurried footsteps came closer to the spot we were just standing. I could see them through a small gap in the trees, and suddenly came to realize why my companion had bolted. I couldn't make out what they were saying, due to the fact they were whispering. They were wearing riot gear. They had walked right past us. I let my eyes move to my strange companion. He doesn't want to be seen. And the way the men were dressed, they obviously weren't employees of a museum. Were they the ones who put us here? Are we prisoners? My companion picked up a fallen branch and threw the stick where it flew in a direction far from where we were. The men in riot gear quickly chasing after the sound the wood made as it landed. Once the men were out of sight, my masked and hooded companion went back to the doors, pulling out some sort of wire from his pocket, handing it to me. "Take the hinges off the barred doors," he instructed, voice deep and rough, as if he barely uses it. I was a bit awestruck that he even talked. However, his mask just unnerved me. But hey. He talked. He sounded relatively normal. I didn't know how to respond back, or react. I didn't want to damage the progress we just made by him communicating. However, now I was deeply interested in what he looked like. I squinted my eyes and tried to see in the shadows of his hood, trying to get a peek of his eyes at least. I mean, if we were going to escape this dome together, I think I have a right to know who my companion is. The guy looked at me in silence for a moment, before sighing impatiently at me. He slowly removed his hood and removed the creepy ski mask, shoving it into his back pocket. I felt my head tilt slightly as I examined his face. He was normal. I thought maybe he wore that ski mask to hide some type of deformity or something, but nope, he was normal looking. Hazel eyes, strong jaw, and light disheveled chestnut-colored hair and all. He looked maybe 2 years older than me. The one thing that kept drawing my eyes though, were his eyes. They seemed to look through me, they were cold and apathetic. Well, at least now I know he's human. "Do you feel more comfortable now?" he asked, when I still made no move to take the wires from his hand. His voice carried an annoyed tone now that he said something though. I did feel myself relax at seeing his face. Use the wire to pull the pin out of the hinge, he instructed, slapping the wire in my hands and gripping the bars. I will hold the door to give the hinges some leeway. I wasn't too sure how to do what he was instructing, so it took me a couple of tries. It was tricky with such a thin piece of wire. As I fiddle around with it, trying different way to loosen and pull the pin from the hinges, I could see my companion looking over his shoulders, listening for the riot guys to come back, but they seemed to be really dumb and was moving further away from us. I stuck my tongue out of the corner of my mouth slightly in concentration, as I finally managed to get the pin moving. "Hey, what's your name anyway?" I asked, when the door suddenly started to move as the pin was loosened even more. "Brian," he muttered, giving a small grunt from having to really holding the door as the pin became even looser. "I'm Adam," I mumbled in return. This was really an awkward situation to be in and meet someone. I began pulling at the pin as hard as I could. It didn't want to move any more from the hinge. I almost had it out, but it just seemed stuck on something, if that was even possible. It squeaked and fought me every step of the way. I was sweating from all the work. They really did try to weld this thing together. My arms were starting to ache fighting with the warped metal. "Pull with your back, shoulders, and elbows. Not your arms," he instructed, watching my movement closely. "You don't have enough muscle for that." His voice carried no emotion and was completely monotone, as he spoke. "There's no call for insults." I grouched, glaring slightly at him, but did as he said anyway. He talked like he's done this before. The pin wrenched free of the hinge with such force that I found myself falling and landing on my ass. "Man, how embarrassing." "Congratulations," he said, moving the door so that it held steady now that it was missing a piece. He walked over to me and knelt down. I looked up to the next hinge, and caught on to what he was doing. The second hinge was too far up to reach. I stammered. "Get on my shoulders," he said, his voice not wavering like mine. I felt my face heat up some. This was not how I seen my life going thus far. But I was the shorter out of the two of us, so I was logically the lightest. I clumsily began throwing each leg over his shoulders. He gripped my calves, making sure that I wouldn't fall, and rose in one swift motion. Almost like it was effortless for him. He waited a moment for me to get my balance before he grabbed the door and lifted it slightly. I was feeling a little unsure about all of this suddenly, and I wasn't too sure if it was because I was sitting on a stranger, or the fact that we weren't too sure what was going to be behind the door once we got it open. I worked despite these thoughts. This pin didn't give me half the trouble the first one did and popped out of place with ease. With me still on his shoulders, he moved the barred door to the side, freeing one of the double doors that had been blocked by it. He slid me off his shoulders with even more ease than I thought possible the first time. Looking over toward where he sent the riot guys running to make sure we were still safe. "Give me your hand," he ordered. Not waiting for me to respond, he grabbed my dominant hand in a tight grip. I suddenly felt very uncomfortable in my stomach. Man, I was hungry. When was the last time I ate any real food anyway? I didn't dare voice this though. Not the time or place to speak about something as mundane as hunger in the face of danger. He took the wire from my other hand and began to wrap it around my knuckle on my dominant hand. He made it tight, with the end sticking out like claws, like it was a weapon. "Don't step in front of me," he said, his eyes piercing right through me and to my soul. "Do you understand?" "Yeah." I nodded. I could hear the unsaid sentence in that question. "You would just get in the way." He nodded once and, grabbing the actual door of the dome, braced himself and, with force any kickboxer would love to obtain, broke the glass doors with his knee. The glass shattered away, and I half expected to see blood, but there was none. He must have hit the glass just right. But the sound of breaking glass was sure to call the attention to the riot gear guy that were in this dome with us. We both hurriedly slipped through. I looked at the broken glass as I passed through the door. The motion he had used to break the glass had been fluid and skilled. Once we were both out, I followed Brian's movements, crouching down, and staying close to the wall, making sure to be at least 3 steps behind him. He said nothing else to me. Guess that means no more talking, I concluded, when he didn't even check to see if I was behind him and following his lead. Not that he should care, I mean we were just strangers. But the way he was moving and crouched, made it feel like we were both on some kind of stealth mission. I could feel the tension in the air. There was something going on and I didn't know what, but Brian seemed to. I could put my finger on it, but there was just something off about this whole thing. I felt like I wasn't even supposed to be here. That Brian was bringing me along on a whim. He seemed like the type of guy that liked working alone. I was so anxious right now. My fists were clenching and unclenching around the wire that was wrapped around it. I really hoped that we didn't have to fight. I looked at the wire. Then at how me and Brian were dressed. Yeah, we were both severely underdressed if it came to that. I mean, those guys were wearing armor and had guns. I almost bumped into Brian when he finally stopped. We were faced with 2 different directions in which we could go. He put a finger to his lips and moved his eyes deliberately upward, drawing my attention to a camera that was hidden up in the corner, facing us. Looking from the camera, I decided to take a look at our metaphorical fork in the road before us now, reading the signs on the wall. One sign pointed us to the restrooms, elevators, and exit, the other pointed toward the food courts, gift shops, and another exit. Brain pointed to the route that would take us to the elevators, and scurried off in that direction, leaving me behind, as I was not ready for such a quick pace. He went only so far, till he was out of the camera's sight, before doubling back to the other wall. I stopped in my tracks and watched. He stayed pressed against the wall, and positioned himself underneath the camera. He took his ski mask from his pocket and jumped, covering the camera with his mask, covering the lens with the cloth. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he lunged and grabbed my arm, pulling me in the opposite direction he had first indicated that we should go. I thought about questioning him, but decided better, mainly because he had one bone-crushing grip on my arm. I stammered when I changed my mind, but he beat me to it. Both areas have stairs, he said, in a low voice, breaking out into a run. I was trying by some time. I grunted in understanding and tried to keep up with him. Running was the one thing I hated doing, but I didn't slow my pace. My pulse started beating, racing after a bit. And somewhere in the distance behind us, I could hear shouting. The hall soon started echoing to the sound of heavy boots hitting the floor, the sound of metal synchronizing with the heavy footfalls. We must have just missed being caught. The realization stabbed new fear into me, making me feel lightheaded at the thought. Swallowing that fear down, I focused on my breathing, so I wouldn't run out of breath. Brian seemed to be picking up his speed, and he still had a tight grip on my wrist, and was practically dragging me behind him. And I was silently cursing the fact that he had longer legs than myself. The glints of 2 cameras along the walls got my attention as we rounded a corner. Whoever was watching us would know where we were anyway, despite Brian's attempts to slow them down. Just 2 more crossing hallways and we should be near the stairs. I gave a startled shout when I felt something heavy and rough grab my other arm, pulling me backwards, but yanking my other arm out of Brian's tight grip. I lost my balance and the person who had grabbed me slung me sideways, where I hit the wall. My vision turned black as pain rocked my world. I let myself slide to the floor, and grabbed my arm that Brian had been holding. It felt like someone had tried to rip it off. I didn't notice I had my eyes closed till I opened them, and looked at my hurting arm. My shoulder looked weird, and my arm laid limp at my side, almost like it was dangling. The sharp pain was never ending and ran through my nerves down my arm and seemed to double back to my shoulder. It was dislocated. I knew instantly. I had dislocated my shoulder before and this was what it felt like. And it just had to be my dominant arm too, didn't it? I thought begrudgingly to myself. Sitting up and trying to find a way to my feet that would jostle my hurt arm more, I looked around trying to find out what had happened when my world filled with pain that made me lose time. I saw Brian struggling under the weight of one of those riot guard guys, who seemed to be trying to restrain him. We had been intersected. The riot guard had somehow caught up to us and just threw me to the side to get to his real target, Brian. The guard pulled his fist back and punched Brian square in the jaw, having pinned his arms with his other hand. Watching this, I was immediately fumbling to unwrap the wire off my hurt dominant hand and tried my best to hurry and wrap in around my left, making sure to keep the ends of the wire up like before. That done, I wasted no time running up and clocking the guard in the face, just like I had seen him do to Brian. I don't think my punch had much effect though. The guard only stopped long enough to look at my, giving Brian a chance to buck underneath him to dislodge his grip. In one swift motion, he elbowed the guard in the neck, and rolled out from underneath him. Brian grabbed the guard's gun from the holster at the man's hip, and pulled the trigger, without blinking. The moment and the sound of what just happened registered to me in slow motion. Although, I'm sure it all happened within a few seconds. The gun had been aimed between his eyes. And Brian had no hesitation in his eyes, when he pulled the trigger, and in the next second the man's head was blown out. Skull fragments, blood, and brain bits splattered on the floor, walls, and on my shirt. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed. I didn't even feel the pain in my shoulder. My blood felt cold within me and I could feel bile rising in my throat. I wanted to turn away, but my muscles wouldn't listen to me and I was left staring. My vision blurred slightly and white noise seemed to gradually fill my hearing. Soon after, the loud sound the gun made receded. Brian kicked the body to where it rolled over onto its back, before turning his gaze to me. I felt myself flinch under his gaze. His lips were moving but I couldn't hear what he was saying. He looked at my arm, and stalked toward me. The closer he came, the more the bile seemed to burn the back of my throat as reality seemed to rush back into focus. I tried to swallow the bile back down, as I kept my eyes on Brian. He seemed to be giving me a second to gather myself back together before he repeated whatever he had been trying to tell me the first time. "We have to keep moving," he said, grabbing my uninjured arm, hauling me behind him. As he spoke, my eyes found a small amount of blood splatter on his face and yellow hoodie. I let him drag me behind him this time, not caring about keeping up. I think I was in shock. I mean, it's possible to go in shock when you experience something traumatic, right? Was this what shock felt like? "Why you?" My voice was a bit hoarse. "You just killed that guy." Brian didn't acknowledge that I even said anything at first, and I let him lead me through the food court. He kept a steady pace, it wasn't frantic as before. I wasn't sure if that was because he was trying to be quiet, or if he was just giving me a few moments to collect myself. His brows furrowed slightly, like he was thinking how to respond to my statement. "I did," he finally said. That was it. Just those two simple words. There was no explaining his action, but his resolve said many things that his words didn't. It left me wondering what type of situation I had found myself in. However, the only thing my mind seemed to grasp was that the two of us were working together, toward the same goal, to get out of this place. I didn't even understand why there were guards in riot gear chasing after us. I mean, this place we were at was supposed to be a place for people to come and experience different terrain. But I guess with people trying to stop us from getting out, we were going to have to do things that normally wouldn't do. Maybe Brian just understood the situation better than me. Hell, I wasn't even sure if could trust Brian at this point. I mean, He hasn't given me any reason for me to not trust him. He did help me get out of that dome, but he also attacked M when we first met. No matter how hard I thought about it though, the pros outweighed the cons. Yeah, my nerves were shook knowing that he wasn't afraid to use a gun and actually kill someone. Okay, maybe my nerves were a little more than shook, but that was in self-defense. God, I hope putting my trust in this guy doesn't come bite me in the ass later. The smart thing for me to do would be to question him about what was really going on, but I wasn't sure if I wanted the answer. Sometimes it was better to be ignorant of what was going on around you than to be aware. So my choices were, should I? Or shouldn't I? The saner and smarter side of me told me to say nothing. Honestly, I think was just better off knowing what was going on behind the curtain. I don't think my confused brain could handle much more stress. But nothing was making sense. To hell with it all, I want to know what was going on, now that my arm was dislocated. Are you going to tell me what's going on here? Are you a wanted criminal or something? Just give a straight answer, dude. I finally snapped. After the words left my mouth, I immediately regretted my choice of words. Criminal. Where had that word come from? Brian stopped in his tracks, and at first I thought it was because of what I had said, but his eyes were focused straight ahead. I was so hoping that he was too busy looking for a way out to hear my stupid questions. I followed his eye, looking where his eye seemed to be focused on. There, in front of the stairwell, was an army of about 10 or more men, in ivory riot gear, blocking our path. They were all wearing matching gas masks, and some were holding some rather military-looking guns in their hands. How the hell did I miss an army of men blocking our path to the stairwell? I felt my mouth open in disbelief, that this many men had come to stop two teens. Again I felt frozen with fear, and the only thing in this room that stopped me from diving into panic was me gripping the back of the yellow hoodie that Brian wore, for emotional support. What do we do now? I asked quietly, ready to throw my hands up in surrender so that I wouldn't find a bullet somewhere in my body. As soon as the words left my mouth, one man stepped out from behind the armed guards. He was tall and on the scrawny side. He wore a long white lab coat, the reach to the end of his calves. He held himself as if he was a man who held authority, and seeing how the guys in riot gear had parted to let him through, I guess he did hold authority here. I couldn't see his face. He had on the same gas mask as the other men. He lifted it slightly so to speak to us. Brain Thomas, also known as Hoodie. His tone echoed through the empty food court. I am going to give you this one chance to surrender willingly. For some reason a shiver just randomly traveled up my spine suddenly, the gravity of the situation that I had somehow found myself in making itself known to me. We were being chased by crazy people, who thought this guy was Hoodie. I mean seriously. And crazies were the worst people to have pointing a gun at you. I mean sure, Brain Thomas was the name of the internet urban legend character named Hoodie. A character from Marble Hornets. I had tried to watch the series, but only made it to the 5th video before I stopped watching. My friends and forums kept me informed on the series and the creepypasta hype. But that was all. It was a trend. The characters weren't real. No wonder Brain was running. These guys probably snatched him when he was at a convention or something. And sure, Brain was cosplaying as Hoodie, but that didn't mean he was the character Hoodie. The thought that might have happened, made me very relieved that I never broke down and cosplayed as a character too. Brain's grip on my arm tightened, tighter than before, making me believe that a bruise would soon form there. If you come back with us and behave, we might just overlook the stowaway there behind you. The man continued, smirking, waiting for Brian to reply. Brian didn't move. He didn't speak. I'm sure you understand the consequences, if you choose to disregard this opportunity. The choice is yours, but the choice disappears once I step back. The man informed, after a minute went by with Brian being silent. Brian stayed completely still. Which was more than what I was doing at the moment. We were obviously at a stalemate here. And the selfish part of me wanted me to nudge Brian into making a decision. To perhaps make the decision that would get me out of here safely. But deep down I knew this wasn't my fight. I was an accident. The man had said so. I had wandered down the wrong hallway and stumbled upon all this. So, I did nothing except look behind us, to see if we still had an escape route. We didn't. There were guards behind us too now. We were caged in. A shift in Brian's grip pulled my attention back to him, as he pulled me closer to him. He's made a decision. The man in the white lab coat was already retreating back behind the guards. He pulled me close enough to where only I could hear him as he muttered, his mouth hardly moving. Keep your mouth and nose covered. Stay low. Keep to the wall and out of the way. My mind was still reeling, but I tried to comprehend his commands as fast as I could. My body was already shaking with adrenaline. This was not going to go from bad to worse, very soon. Almost instantly when he was done talking, he pushed me away toward the left, to the closest wall. I stumbled, gritting my teeth as the movement jostled my injured arm, and made quick run for the wall. Keeping low to the ground, as I slammed myself up against it and covered my lower face with my shirt, as best as I could with one arm. I kept my eyes trained on Brian. He was moving very fast, his maneuvers were very strategic, to the point that even though I was a novice boxer, I could tell that he was used to fighting, and that he was pulling the guard all to the right side of the room. Some were even firing their guns, and when I saw start to litter the ground I immediately knew that they at least wanted Brian alive. I'm pretty sure I was of no use to them, so I probably would be disposed of. I could be wrong, but I certainly didn't want to stick around and find out. I mean, Brian was a good fighter, and I'm so bad myself, but I was down an arm. Plus, these guys were trained. No matter how good a fighter Brian was, there was no way he could win. I mean, yeah, that riot armor made the guards' movements a little slower and clumsy, compared to Brian, but there were more of them compared to just one guy, and an injured sidekick. I made a mental note of myself automatically moving along the wall, toward the freed exit that was no longer being heavily blocked. My survival instinct seemed to be controlling my body at the moment, telling me that I did not want to be in this room, in the place any longer. That staying would be very bad for my foreseeable health. I was moving slowly so not to catch the attention of anyone in the scuffle. I was halfway there too, but I froze when I saw Brian lift his gun. He fired the gun, sending out a couple of shots, and the sound seemed to echo even louder in the food court than it ever did in the hallway. My hearing started ringing, and I swear I was hearing a little but of white noise too. I closed my eyes on instinct, jumping at the loud sound the gun made, crouching even lower to the floor. I didn't move until my hearing cleared up some, to where the ringing and white noise died down. The sound of the trigger had turned my body into a bundle of nerves. I flinched at the sight of actual bodies that laid motionless on the ground. The guards' number had dwindled down, and those left standing were missing the gas mask they had all seemed deemed to wear. Brian must have been ripping the mask off. My eyes immediately searched for Brian, who stood in the center of the room, using one of the guards as a human shield, his arm wrapped around the man's neck. The guard left standing were hesitation in getting close to him now. My observation was interrupted, however, when a couple of the remaining stray guards descended upon me. I didn't even get the opportunity to run, when one made a grab for me, and gripped my dislocated shoulder. I screamed in pain, as it was twisted behind my back, and held there, as another arm wound its way to my throat, effectively holding me in place. Pain-filled tears threatened to spill from my eyes, as I suddenly realized that Brian was holding a new weapon in the air, showing it to the room. A grenade. Prior knowledge let me know that it was probably non-lethal, so a gas grenade then? Or tear gas, maybe. At this realization, I suddenly comprehended why Brian had instructed me to cover my mouth and nose. He had a plan from the start of this. Now that I was being restrained, I could not follow his simple orders to keeping my lower face covered. I struggled in the arms of the man that held me captive, trying to elbow in the gut, or hit him in the face, anything that would get him off me. Sadly, the armor the man wore was thick, so I only succeed in adding a new bruise on myself. During my struggle, I almost didn't notice when Brian pulled the pin, and throwing the gas grenade to the floor. Green-colored smoke began to fill the room, began making it harder to breathe. The man holding me was shouting slurred curses, his grip loosening slightly every few moments, that he breathed in the green smoke. I wasn't doing much better. It's hard to hold your breath when someone is choking you. It's almost a natural instinct to suck in as much oxygen possible. I knew I was inhaling the green smoke too, as blackness was edging in on my vision. That, combined with being dragged down with my captor, sent panic shooting through my body. The panic didn't last long, however, as I was getting so very sleepy. My muscles were turning into jelly and I went down with the guard holding me hostage. Crumpling like a broken doll, being crushed by dead weight. I didn't even have the energy to cry out in pain as that dislocated arm to the brunt force of the guard's weight. It wasn't long after that Brian tossed his own hostage to the ground, and started making his way toward me. It was then that my tired eyes saw that the reason he wasn't being affected, was because he had snatched up a gas mask somewhere between my closing my eyes when the gun went off, to me getting restrained. I wondered slightly how I even missed such a thing, but the thought was cut off by a sound that I could only describe as white noise. I was dizzy. I didn't even bother to pay attention to what was going on with my head, I just drowsily watched as Brian approached my trapped form. He kicked the man off me, and helped me to my feet. I had leaned on him heavily. My legs weren't going to work for me right now. Neither did my neck, I couldn't even hold my head up. Brian held me like the limp doll that I felt like and covered my lower face with a glove-covered hand. His touch was gentle this time, unlike the other time. It felt nice and safe, unlike the other times. My tired brain had me sighing and sinking into his hold, as his held me up with one arm around my waist. I didn't even notice when my eyes refused to open anymore, as I slipped into the darkness. Hoodie's POV, the kid, slumped against me, and I had to bear his full weight. I gritted my teeth in annoyance. Humans were useless. He had one job, to stay out of the way. I debated to just leave him here. It would serve him right sticking his nose where it didn't belong. But Slendy wouldn't appreciate a witness getting out alive, and it was no fun killing a sleeping victim. Jeff had tried to do it before, and it wasn't long before we all agreed it was best when we could see the life leave their eyes. My scouting had of course revealed that this museum was only a temporary base for these men. So, I didn't find any more pests coming to meet their doom. Getting captured had been easy, but the boy was a nuisance and had made escaping a little more difficult than what it should have been, but I would take care of him soon. I would wait for him to wake after getting us both out of here, find a nice park, sit him down on the bench and end him there. I could give him one of Slendied pills, but that just wasn't my style. I never left a witness. And this boy was foolish to even consider following me. He just dug his own grave in doing so. Hell, he dug his grave as soon as he laid eyes on me, but he was big help in removing the barred door. For that I was make it quick. If I left him alive, he was just succumb to the slender sickness, something that was unavoidable when coming in contact with either Slenderman himself, or one of his proxies. Best to take this sheep to slaughter than let it suffer. I concluded, hoisting my burden over my shoulder, in a fireman hold and walking off in search for the nearest park. Or maybe I could take him home, he would probably wake up more relaxed in his own room. It would make breaking his neck easier and quicker. His muscle wouldn't be tense. I felt for his wallet, which was in his back pocket, and flipped it open. Yeah, I would just take him to his room, a nice gesture before killing him. After all, he wasn't on our list for this month to hunt. Chapter 3. Adam's POV. I did not want to wake up. My body felt heavy and everything hurt, like someone was using me as their own personal punching bag or something. The feeling made my chest feel tight, and hard to breathe. I didn't like the feeling and I could hear myself whimper in my sleep. I felt so tired, yet so aware at the same time. It was weird. Almost like laying on top of pins and needles. My shoulder was killing me, and I just wanted to dive deep into the comfort of sleep. It would be so easy. My eyelids felt too heavy to open anyway, and they seemed glued together, so tightly, that the thought was so very tempting. It would take a lot to jumpstart me into getting up and out of bed. Not after that terrible dream. The sound of something slamming jolted me right up into a sitting position. Shouting and grabbing at my shoulder as pain shot down my arm at the sudden movement. Okay. Maybe some of it wasn't a dream. I winced seeing my shoulder slumping at an odd angle. My eyes quickly jumping around the room I was in, scanning everything in sight, before letting out a sigh of relief. I was in my room. I don't know how, but I was in my room. Looking down at myself, I seen that I hadn't even bothered in getting dressed for bed, or to get underneath the covers. I mean, I still had my shoes on, and there was still blood staining my clothes. I started to hyperventilate at the sight of it. I had really hoped that part of the night had been a dream. My panicked eyes landed on a gray t-shirt, and black sweatpants that laid innocently on my nightstand. By this time I was positively sure that it wasn't I who had put them there. Brian? I asked out loud, looking around my room again. The squeaky sound of my bedroom door opening answered my call, as Brian walked through the door. He walked over to my bed and I realized that I could not hear his footsteps, and he was moving slowly toward me, like one would a startled animal. I probably wouldn't look so startled if he wasn't approaching me wearing the creepy ski mask again. I'm kind of glad I don't live with anyone. He would no doubtingly scare my roommate if I had one. The side of my bed shifted and sat down on it. Give me your arm, he said, his tone slightly quiet, but it still held that monotone feel to it. Black leather gloved hand extended out toward me. He was no longer wearing his yellow hoodie, which showed off his plain black t-shirt. He must have taken the hoodie of when we got to my house. I intended to question him, but found myself lifting my arm up. Which really isn't like me. I question everything. Your other arm, he corrected, indicating my injured arm. I slowly turned my body to show that I was willing to give it to him in this manner, instead of physically lifting it, because dude, would that hurt like hell. I barely felt his fingertips as they pressed into my arm, almost like my nerve were dull. I must still be in shock or something, I mentally noted. What happened? I finally asked, too many questions racing for the surface, and that was the one that slipped out first. Elaborate. He mumbled, still lightly prodding my shoulder and arm. I paused, trying to think of the question, and winced slightly as my hearing drifted up to the sound of white noise, that faded as quickly as it started. Like something that was trying to latch on but was back off. The sound made all my question blur together again. Knowing how my arm had gotten hurt in the first place wasn't helping either. How did I get here? I finally settled on wanting to know how I ended up back in my house. That should be obvious, he said, not really answering my question. I could tell he didn't want to talk, but I wanted some answers. Oh. Then how did we get out of there? He stopped feeling around my shoulder, and tilted his mask face as if in thought. White noise sounded again before vanishing as quickly as it started again. You don't need to concern yourself with the details. I looked away from his masked face. He was being vague on purpose. Not a satisfactory answer. I told him bluntly. Why help me escape? Wouldn't it have been easier to have left me behind? I asked, looking back at him and sitting myself up straighter. I wanted at least one straight answer from this guy, but as soon as I asked the question, I immediately felt a scream bubble up to the surface. Before any sound could escape, it was quickly muffled by a gloved hand covering my mouth, as a sharp and ungodly pain shot through my arm. He had set my arm back in place, where it was meant to be. I had full control of my arm again, but it hurt like the hell I knew it would. I grabbed at my shoulder to try to soothe the pain that now was starting throb as it dulled down slightly. I fell back onto my pillow as soon as his hand left my arm. Brian followed my movement, so to keep his hand firmly in place over my mouth, muffling cries that still spilled from me. "Quiet down," he hissed. I gulped air though my nose trying to get control over myself, squeezing my eyes shut, before reopening them to gaze up at him. Brian was crouched over me, almost halfway on top of me. I forced myself to go silent, reminding myself that the pain could have worse. Soon I was completely silent, just staring up at Brian as he stared back from beyond his frowny ski mask. "I cannot answer your question," he said. And for a moment I was very confused with what he was talking about. I could probably make something up that I think would be logical, but I can't. I don't consider myself a liar, so the answer to last question is I don't know. Oh, he was answering my last question, but that wasn't an answer either. "You done making noises now?" he asked. I nodded my head underneath his hand. He slowly removed his hand, before slowly retreating off my bed. I followed after him, standing on the opposite side of the bed, rubbing at my sore shoulder. I was gonna need to go to the doctor to have it checked out in the morning. Heavy silence settled in my room between the two of us. I reached for the clothes that were sitting on my nightstand. Brian simply watched me. It was unnerving, to me. I wasn't used to someone observing me, with such silence. So, I stared at his masked face. Apparently far longer than normal as he seemed to scoff again, and took the mask off, stuffing it in his back pocket, and continued to stare. He must have realized the mask still bothered me. I don't know why, it bothered me. It just did. Do you want to stay over and rest?" I finally asked. I mean, it seemed like the only thing I could offer after the experience we both just went through. But then again he seemed to be handling the stress of this morning better than I was. He tilted his head. "You're not scared of me?" he asked. "Me scared? Dude, I'm surprised you're not jumpy after getting mistaken for a character that's nothing but an urban legend," I said, chuckling a little. I rubbed my head a little as my vision blanked out a little, hearing a spark of white noise, before it was gone again, leaving behind a slight headache. "Some would say legends hold a bit of truth," he countered, his cold dark eyes focused on me. "Yeah, but not the character they were accusing you of being. Hoodie was a character created for Marble Hornets, a YouTube series. I can pull up the real Hoodie like that," I said, snapping my fingers. He said, looking at my laptop, which was sitting open on my desk. Besides, there was obviously something wrong with those guys. I mean, riot gear and guns, for two teens. Come on, that's crap you read on fanfiction sites. I chuckled, going to my dresser and pulling out extra clothes that might fit Brian. "Do you go commando?" I asked, hands searching for a pair of boxers. We both needed a shower, to wash away what happened at the biodomes. Then we would call the police. I was mentally making a list of what we needed to do, before we separated paths. "Are you a Creepypasta and Marble Hornets fan?" he asked, not answering my question. No. I couldn't keep up with the hype. I had too much homework and project to do. I don't know how my friends even stay informed about that stuff, but I had other important stuff to do. One being, not giving my parents a reason for regretting in letting me move out before I finished high school. Oh, and let's not forget about keeping my part-time job. I had too much to do. Dude, even I'm surprised I kept the friends I have. I rambled, handing him the clothes. Bathrooms down the hall to the left, I said. He took them without saying anything. Before he left, he handed me a pill bottle. I found this in your medicine cabinet, hopefully it will help with any pains you feel, he said, giving me the Tylenol to me. Oh, thanks. I thanked him, as he left the room. As soon as I heard the shower turn on, I took off my blood-stained shirt and went to the kitchen to toss it in the trash. I saw Brian's yellow hoodie draped over one of the 2 chairs that were in the kitchen. My house wasn't so big. Wasn't really my house, either. I was just renting it, from one of my parents' friends, at a very reasonable price. Brian's hoodie was stained too. I thought about throwing it out for him, but then again it wasn't my place to throw something out that wasn't mine. I think I will just wash it for him. I hope the bloodstains come out, I thought to myself. Remembering what the old lady in the Deadpool movie said, about lemon water or something. Can't hurt to try, I guess. It might come out smelling like a lemon, but if it works then it works. I tossed it into the washer which was right next to my kitchen, so I didn't have to walk far to it, and dumped a generous amount of lemon juice into the wash. It was when I finished putting together 2 sandwiches that I realized that Hoodies has been in the shower far longer than normal. I gave him another 5 extra minutes just in case, you know. Brian, I called, knocking on the door. There was no answer, so I opened the door, to find the bathroom empty, and the window open. I leaned out, and looked around. I could not see any sign of him. I said, closing the window to the bathroom. Didn't know I was such terrible company. I went back to the kitchen and wrapped up the second sandwich I had made. As I was closing the fridge door, I had to lean against it as I blacked out slightly to the sound of white noise that seemed to resound in my head. I must still be a bit traumatized. Oh, well, guess it was better this way. It's not like we were friends. We were only stuck in a biodome museum, attacked by a bunch of psychos. Rubbing my head, I went back to the kitchen to eat my sandwich and took the pills from the Tylenol bottle, when my head started hurting again. Hoodie's POV. So, maybe I wouldn't be breaking his neck right away. How was I supposed to know he was going to be that accommodating and a talkative victim? It wasn't my intention to fix his shoulder either. I don't even know why I felt compelled to fix his shoulder. I did not take a shower, but I did leave it running as I opened the bathroom window, so I could sneak out. Adam didn't even believe Creepypasta, existed, just that we were internet urban legends. So even if I did let him live, it shouldn't affect anything. I even broke down and gave him the pills that would make him forget, something I rarely do. But if it came to it, that if it became necessary for me to kill him, then I would came back and kill him. Now, however, I could not stay. Slenderman was calling for me. And no one made Slenderman wait. Especially, after all the inconvenience that happened with Masky. It was when I was halfway home that I realized I had left me Hoodie back at Adam's place. Met. It would fine, I have other identical hoodies at the mansion and Adam would just think it was his. Slenderman was waiting for me, as soon as I was entered our woods. If he was waiting for me, then he had a mission for me. You want me to go back? I asked. He nodded. More pests are still there? I asked. He nodded again. Is there anyone else I need to hunt? I asked. He crossed his arms and seemed to tower over me. He knew about Adam. I will kill him once I get rid of all the pests. I confirmed, not even going to argue that after tonight Adam would not remember anything. Whatever he demanded, I would act out in his name. Slendy did not give a response to my promise, he merely just turned around, going back to the mansion. I was not excited about needing to staying far from the mansion longer than what I was told. But it wasn't like I was going to disobey Slendy. I was just going to have skulk around with the humans for a while till I eliminated the rest of the pests. Adam's POV. I could not believe that I slept a whole day and night away, and let me tell you what a rude awakening it was. Not only could I not find my phone, but my shoulder and arm was killing me and my head was hurting so much, that I immediately went to the hospital. The doctor who examined me, informed me that I was probably just experiencing a migraine, and my shoulder had signs that resembled that of having been dislocated and then popped it back in. I don't even remember doing anything that would cause such an injury. However, now I was stuck in a sling for a couple of days, and banned from any heavy lifting within the next 3 months, so I would pretty much be able to resume most of my activities before 3 months were up. However, I just couldn't shake the feeling that I was forgetting something. What was even weirder was finding a yellow hoodie in the wash. I don't even remember owning a yellow hoodie. It wasn't even my size. I contacted my friends and they had all said the hoodie wasn't theirs. The next few days I spent replacing my phone and getting fussed over by Amy, who had apparently been trying to get in contact with me, spouting about her blind date to the biodome turned out to be a pervert, and she ended up kicking him to the curb as soon as she caught him rifling through her panty drawer. I mean, come on man, how cliché could guy get? Although, she got even upset at me when I admitted not even remembering shadowing her to the biodome. Now I was apparently going to shadow her again, and that was the reason as to why I was walking around uptown this evening. I was mostly wasting time till it was time for me to shadow Amy and her new date to the movies. The girl was just a glutton for punishment. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to tell her that it's a bad idea to go on these blind dates, before she begins to listen to me. I didn't even want to be out. There have been a bunch of murders in the past few days and they still hadn't caught the guy who was causing them. It gave me the shivers. When her date was over and she went home, who was going to walk me home? That was my question. I didn't want to be out late with a killer running around. Not only that, but I was still getting sharp pains in my head every few times a day, that I would swear it wasn't a migraine. I looked up at the sky, which was going to be dark soon. I was seriously thinking of calling Amy and telling her that I was going to go home, until I got shoved aside, by a guy in a yellow hoodie. My new phone was jostled from my hand, and I had to do a comical show of hot potato before I could actually get a good grip back on it. Before I could even sigh in relief that I had not dropped my new phone, I was pushed roughly to the side and against the side of a building as 2 men rushed past, my phone leaving my hand again. "Hey!" I complained. Hand going to my arm that was in a sling, to massage the dull ache that had awakened from being pushed into a wall. Crack. I stopped whatever else I was going to say and looked down, at my phone that was now underneath my foot. Closing my eyes in a quick plea, I removed my foot, and was greeted by seeing my screen shattered. Come on. That was a new phone. I grouched, looking after the 3 bodies that were still running up ahead. They soon turned a corner and it was then that I noticed that 2 of the guy that was chasing the one in the hoodie were both carrying weapons. Oh, shit. I mumbled, immediate reaction to call the police, but stopping and grimacing, seeing that not only could I not see anything on the screen, but the touch mechanism wasn't working. Great. Just great. I grouched, hating myself for even coming to the decision to follow the 3 retreating bodies. I jogged to keep them in view. They were heading toward the park. The park was gated off with high bushes to give the area its own little private space. That guy in the hoodie was running away from civilization, which just didn't make sense to me. But if I remembered correctly, there should be a payphone around here somewhere, so I could call the police about a potential assault at least. We weren't that far from the nearest store either, so I felt confident in someone hearing should something actually happened. And if I couldn't find the payphone, I could just run to the nearest store. It wasn't my intentions to walk up on the 3 strangers. I was literally looking for the payphone, but instead I found the 3 guys fighting, Well, two of them were fight. One of the guys that had been following the guy in the hoodie was on the ground in a pool of blood. My body froze all on its own, like if I didn't move then they wouldn't see me, as stupid as that sounded. I took a slight step backwards when the guy in the hoodie knocked the other guy down and started stabbing him over and over. I must have made a noise or something, because he stopped suddenly and turned his head my way slowly, staring at me through a black mask with a red stitched frowny face on it, making him seem all that more frightening. I could feel my heart jump into my throat, as I started backing up. I didn't see anything," I said, quickly, putting my hands up in front of me. I mean they attack you first, right? I saw them chasing you." My mouth rambled on and on, as I continued to back up. I felt myself wince as a sharp pain hit just behind my eyes, seeming to bring a ringing in my ears that sounded like white noise. The guy in the yellow hoodie was now walking slowly towards me, bloody knife in hand. The way he moved, it wasn't rushed. He knew, I knew, no, we both knew, I was going to be next. "I'll just buy," I shouted, making a sharp U-turn and running. I did not look over my shoulder. People who looked over their shoulders always got caught. I just have to make it out of the park. I felt like such an idiot for following what was obviously a dangerous situation. "Stupid, stupid, stupid Adam," I chanted to myself, breathlessly. I honestly did not pay attention when I first entered the park exactly how far I had followed them in, and it was totally dark now, which made this situation even less desirable to me. After a while I realized that I was not hearing anyone chasing me, and I dared to slow and peek over my shoulder. Coming to a full stop, I scanned the area behind me. I wasn't being chased. "What?" I gasped, catching my breath. He let me go, but why? My eyes were bouncing off of everything in view, looking for the guy in the yellow hoodie, but seeing no one. "This is crazy," I mumbled to myself, looking this way and that. I was not going to let my guard down just yet though. I needed to get to the payphone or to the nearest store, whichever came first. Spinning around slightly in a circle, looking around to get my bearing, I started running again, in the direction I was sure would lead me to the park's entrance. It was stupid to follow strangers anyway. When I get somewhere safe I was going to bang my head on something to try and knock some common sense back in it. That yellow hoodie and mask though, I feel like I should know who that is. I know I haven't seen them around town before, maybe the news or internet maybe. What are the odds if I'm running from the one that has been committing the murders that's on the news lately? And there I go scaring myself even more now. How big is this stupid park? I growled out in annoyance and growing fear, when I continued to not see the entrance. There was no way I could be lost. I just came from that entrance. I almost stumbled when another wave of stinging pain echoed in my head, making the white noise deafen my hearing for a moment. A yelp escaped me when I thought I heard something like a stick snap behind and I actually looked over my shoulder to check. Nothing. When I face forward again, I almost ran into the payphone, needing to place my hand in front of and yanking the phone off the hook, and holding it in the crook of my neck as I hurried and started digging in my pocket, for a quarter. Thank God. I rejoiced breathless. My plan was to call the cops then keep running for the entrance. I looked around my surrounding frantically as the phone rang, making sure the guy had not caught up yet, even though it looked like I had got away. "Police, what is your emergency?" the voice of a lady asked. "Yes, INEMPH. I was interrupted as a black-gloved hand shot over my shoulder and covered my mouth, an arm coming to circle around my torso, scaring me so bad I dropped the phone. I started screaming and struggling for all I was worth, as the body behind me started pulling me away from the phone. He pulled me away from it and tossed me to the ground so that I was facing away from the direction I was mostly heading. I scrambled backwards on the ground away from him, mournfully looking at the phone that was now blocked by the guy, my eyes then locking onto the red eyes of the frowny mask he wore. Where the hell did he come from anyway? I was sure I was constantly looking over M's shoulder and he wasn't even anywhere in sight when I had started dialing. I was so sure. Help. Anyone help me. Police. I shouted, seeing him slowly walking toward me, pushing me further away from the phone. Wincing at the white noise in my head. In my mad scramble backwards, I turned to quickly jump to my feet and ran away from him, and while I was doing that, I quickly realized that I was also running away from my point of easy escape from the park. Hoodie's POV. I wasn't really expecting to run into Adam again, but he was just in the wrong place and wrong time again. This time, however, I was not going to spare him. He should have ignored my presence and those of the men that I had chasing me, then maybe he would have lived longer. Too late now. I let him get a head start. He wasn't going to be able to get far, even if his arm wasn't in a sling. There was a reason I chose to lure my prey to the park, and I wasn't going to let Adam make it out. His slender sickness should have started back up upon being in my presence, although he would not remember me, and maybe that was a small blessing for him. Let this be our second and final meeting, my final kill here, for now anyway. I was done here, and tonight I would be returning to Slander Mansion. Following silently behind Adam, I enjoyed the aura of his fear. It was what we creepypastas lived for. I usually enjoy watching my prey shake in fear, enjoy the chase. It didn't matter who it was, as long as I was fulfilling my purpose as a proxy. I let Adam reach the payphone that was located here, and waited for when he started speaking to put myself behind him and yank him backwards, covering his mouth so he barely made a sound. I smirked seeing that he was able to put up a decent struggle with one arm trapped in a sling. I revel in the killing of my prey. I felt alive covered in blood. I don't usually waste much time playing around and taking pleasure in the struggle. So, I could not explain why I had not just placed him in a chokehold and end him. Instead I found myself tossing him to the ground, placing myself between him and his hope of escape, giving him only one choice, to run in the direction I wanted. And run he did. And once again I let him get out of my sight before I stalked after him. Maybe I will run him until he dropped. A good chase was always thrilling. It made the kill worth something. Made the prey's fear that much captivating, when their own body refused to help them evade an inevitable fate. Chapter 4. Adam's POV. I'm not a fool, I knew he let me get away again. This time I wasn't going to stay in the open. Which was why I was hiding in the tube slide at the jungle gym. I had myself positioned sideways in it, with my knees and back pressed against the side so that I wedged in it. This I could see both openings, and if the guy somehow found my, depending on which end he chose to show himself at, would determine which way I would escape from. At the moment though, this hiding spot gave me time to calm down and digest what was happening. The guy chasing me was dressed like a creepypasta character, so that was a bad sign in itself. I can't believe I didn't notice that earlier. Maybe I was a fool, or just that inattentive to details. Either way I was in trouble. Now which character wears a red stitched frowny mask? I believe the character was Hoodie, if I wasn't mistaken. If the guy was killing in the persona of Hoodie, then I really needed to just get away from here, and find a police officer. The guy probably wasn't even right in the head. Hello. The head of a little brown-haired girl popped into view and the bottom of the slide. Ah! Jesus Christ! Get in here, hurry! I said hurriedly in a harsh whisper, grabbing her by my good arm and pulling her close to me, hand covering her mouth, before she could make any more noise. I heard footstep getting closer. We both stayed still as statues, as the footstep paused near the slide. I heard a soft sigh, before the footsteps started walking away. I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore before I removed my hand. What are you doing out this late? Where are your parents? I whispered, shouted at the little girl, who was wiggling in my grip, which I loosened after realizing I was holding onto her too tight. I always come to the park at this time. she huffed, adjusting her hold on her teddy bear, that I just realized she was holding. She wiggled out of my grip and slid out of the slide. "No, it's dangerous out there." I tried warning her in what people would mostly describe as a shouted whispered. "No, it's not." She peeked back up at me from the bottom of the slide. "Oh. You're playing hide and seek, aren't you?" she said, as if that explained why I made myself fit inside a children's jungle gym slide. "Yes, yes. That's it, now come back in here before you give me away," I said, hurriedly, willing to agree to anything to hide us both. "I think he found you," she smiled, pointing past me. My head whipped to the other opening of the slide, and I couldn't stop the startled shout of fear that escaped me at seeing the red-stitched frowny face. Ready to bolt out the other end past the little girl that was now gone, a gloved hand shot forward and caught the back of my shirt, pulling backwards and up the slide. The solace of my shoes squeaking against the plastic slide as I tried to stop myself from being captured, little good that it was doing me. Not only was I being pulled up the slide, and trying not to choke from my shirt, I registered that he was dragging me away from the park and into the woods. My eyes widened and I frantically reached behind me, this time using both my hands, ignoring out of self-preservation that it was better to just use my hurt arm and forever damage it, instead of losing my life. I was shouting and clawing at the gloved hand that was dragging further and further into the woods. "Please. Let me go. I really didn't see anything. I won't tell a soul," I pleaded, when it finally became clear that my struggles were useless. By now we were deep in the woods and could no longer see the park. He dragged my struggling form across a hiker's trail and something in me, call in instincts, or fear, screamed that it was now too late for me to go back. Goosebumps sent a terrible shiver down my spine, and I fought harder, however it seemed the guy's muscles were made of iron. His grip did not loosen in the slightest. It was then that my masked capturer paused in his tracks and he suddenly released his grip on the back of my shirt, causing me to hit my head on the ground, due to me not being able to catch myself. I was stunned only momentarily and was able to quickly maneuver to my feet in a mad scramble and started running blind, not even bothering which direction I was heading. However, I was sure I was heading back toward the park. I stumbled when white noise erupted in my head, but it stopped just as quickly and wasn't as bad as the last time. My right arm ached very badly, as I was pumping both arms as I ran, trying to gain momentum. "Oh shit. 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 Shit." I panted as I ran. Where was the park? I should be breaking the tree line by now. I couldn't even find the hiker's trail we had crossed. I continued running with no intention of stopping. I was looking around frantically, searching for signs or landmarks that would tell me I was going the wrong way. I grunted only slightly as faint white noise sounded in my ear, that gradually turned into a slight ringing. I must have hit my harder than I thought on the ground. My frantic running and searching was interrupted, when I tumbled into a briar bush from tripping over a tree root. I sadly didn't realize at first that the reason that my clothes were being pulled was because of the bush until I actually opened my eyes that I had closed sometime during the fall. To say the least, I was glad no one was around to witness the incident, but that wasn't important now. I looked around slowly, now that I was not reacting to my fight or flight instincts. I didn't know where I was, but I was sure I had ran in the right direction. The trees were all encroaching on each other, and seemed to be a menacing dark color that would make any horror movie set look authentic. But that wasn't what was scary about all this. I mean, yeah, being dragged off by a killer who I had at first thought was a victim was scary, but everything in these woods were still. There was no movement. No wind to shuffle the tree limbs. No crickets, frogs, or toads chirping to the night sky to bring rain. No sound of any woodland creatures that would normally be out at night. No. Everything here was dead quiet, and that just wasn't normal. There should always be some type of noise happening outdoors. I rubbed my injured arm trying to massage the aching that was channeling through the limb, as my eyes bounced around trying to spot which direction would lead me from this nightmare. A twig snapping had me doing a 180, but there was nothing behind me. That silent white noise began again and again. It slowly turned into a ringing sound, as I tried to find the source of the sound without moving from my spot. Even if I wanted to move, I don't think I would have been able to. Something in me just refused to listen to the part of my brain that was telling me to run. Hello. I tried to say out loud, but it seemed even my voice was trying to leave me. It only came out in a whisper. And now that I thought about it, why in the world did I even try to speak, much less to even try and say hello? It was like I was trying to greeting my death. Another twig snapped, this time toward my right, and it had me bolting again, without thinking which way I was heading this time. I was just running, blindly, going toward the biggest tree to hide behind. You can imagine my surprise when my face hit a branch that was being swung like a baseball bat. I fell flat on my back, but I barely noticed. The hit shook my brain, my ears continued ringing, blocking any noise, and my vision blacked out for a moment, as my hands went to my face and I rolled onto my side in a defense mechanism to avoid another hit, making sure that my right arm was under me and protected. Ow! I groaned. Oh, my God. Adam. That sounded like Amy's voice. I wasn't too sure at the moment, the ringing in my ears kind of blocked most of the voice. And my head was hurting too bad for me to want to open my eyes. So I stayed curled on my side, trying to protect most of my injuries. Hands grabbed my own, uncovering my face. The smell of perfume that wafted through my nose definitely belonged to Amy, strawberries and cream. My conclusion was confirmed when she moved my hands from my face. My vision was a bit blurry, but I could make out her features. Is it time for the movies yet? I asked, my mind going back to why we were both out tonight to begin with. You look terrible. I mumbled, as my brain slowly listed how dirty and frazzled she looked. Oh, thank God. She said, relieved, throwing her arms around me. I thought you was that psycho who chased me here. My eyes were half-lidded, and I couldn't fully open them, due to the swishing and ringing going on in my head. Killer. I said, realizing what she was talking about, albeit slowly. Yes. Now come on. Get up. She hauled me up to my feet. I tried to stand on my own but found myself leaning heavily on her. Keep a lookout for a blue jacket with a smiley face in. You see it? You run. She grunted under my weight. The forest is spinning. I noted out loud, trying my hardest to make everything stay still as we walked. I know. I know. I gave you a concussion, we'll worry about that later, okay? She said, hurriedly, as we hastily trekked along. I thought you were him. His name is Helen, he seemed nice. And handsome in that blue jacket, but arg, I'm so stupid. He brought me to the park and we went walking on the trails. I thought he was just being romantic, but instead he tried to kill me, he chased me and I couldn't find my way back. My cell phone wouldn't work. I was so scared, Adam. But don't worry, we'll get out of this. She rambled. It was her way of handling stress, just like me. I guess that was why we were such close friends. You mean yellow hoodie, right? I asked slowly, my brain slowly coming out of its stunned state. No, blue. She corrected me. Mine was yellow. I said, slurrily. My tongue felt lazy. We stopped moving and I curiously looked at her, wondering why we had stopped. There's two of them. She mumbled, her hand that was wrapped my waist tightened at the realization. Shit. We got to go now. She said urgently, tugging me along. I followed willingly, Amy always had better judgment than me anyway. Okay. I mumbled. My head wasn't right at the moment, so it was the logical choice to let her lead. So, your date was another bust. I asked. I'm sorry about your head, Adam. Amy said, after throwing me a sideways glance that if my head was clear enough, I would have noticed the worried glint in her eyes. As unfocused as my eyes were, I tried my best to help her keep surveillance our surroundings, but I was useless with my eyesight fading in and out, showing me nothing but a fuzzy scenario. We're lost. I groaned, at the pounding headache that was beating up my brain. Amy panted slightly due to me leaning heavily on her, as she stopped. Yeah. These don't even look like the same woods anymore, she said, head whipping around, skittishly. I was attempting to help her, until she moved away from me screaming in pain, while holding her head in her hands, letting me fall on the ground, landing on my hands and knees. My eyes slowly blinked up at her, as I tried to force my head to clear up more so I could do something helpful. Amy, are you all right? I asked, reaching up to try and comfort her in some way. No. She whimpered, shaking her head. Make it stop. She sobbed. Can't you hear it? She asked, looking at me with tears streaking her face. I started to shake my head, stopped when the white noise sound started up in my head like a sonic boom. I shouted out from the pain it brought and let my head drop to the ground, where I cradled it with both my arms. I couldn't do much else, as the white noise sound seemed to pulse and the pitch began to get higher. I barely noticed the crunching of leaves, dirt, grass, and fallen leaves behind us. I almost thought I had imagined the sounds, until Amy's body jerked backwards and she made a strangling, choking sound. When I went to look and see what was wrong, the white noise in my head grew even louder, and almost like one of those old retro television sets, my vision blinked out as the noise in my head increased, making it where I could not lift my head from the cradle of my arms. It felt like if I even tried to move my head at this moment, the pulsing white noise would make my head explode. Amy too was soon drowned out. The noise was so loud, I couldn't hear anything now. I stayed bowed in on myself on the ground, my head cradle in my arms. I forced my eyes open enough to peek over and up at Amy, but was greeted by a very blurry image of her crumpling to the ground. She did not move. "Hey, Amy!" I groaned. Movement in front of me had my eyes moving forward, and was greeted by the sight of two dark-colored boots. "Please," I begged, but couldn't form any more words due to the pain increasing with the white noise in my head. Something hit the back of my head hard, and in what seemed like some sort of slow motion I felt rather that registered that my body crumpled over and rolled onto my side, from the impact. The last thing that filled my vision before my eyes closed, was something standing further off in the woods slightly behind a tree. A guy in a suit. Maybe we were going to be saved, Mo? I hoped anyway, my eyes closed against my will. Hoodie's POV. I stood over at him, and watched as his body collapsed to the ground unconscious next to his female friend. I had hit him in the head with a baseball bat, the me and Masky sometimes share. I had taken her out first, by putting her in a chokehold, once the slender sickness resonated loudly in her head. I must confess that I had a little something to do with that. The sickness intensifies when a prey is near one of us, however we proxies could sometimes control the intensity of pain our prey experience. I wanted them distracted, and that is what I got. I kicked the female over on her side and a little away from Adam and stared down at her. Bloody Painter had done a good job luring her out here for me. However, I must confess, like any other proxy, I did not appreciate her damaging my prey. I had saved him for last for a reason. I wanted a challenging prey tonight. I wanted to hunt Adam down in these woods where I was in control, and not my enemies. Oh, wanted to taste his fear and anxiety as they rose to their peak. She had taken it away from me when she had hit him. Your posture is stiff. Painter huffed, coming out from behind a tree. I turned and looked at him as he walked closer, but other than that, I did not say anything to him. Painter looked down at Adam with a tilt of his head with uninterested eyes. Then his gaze fell onto the female. Do you want both? He asked, returning his gaze to me. Yes, I said, reaching down and grabbing one of Adam's ankles and started walking, letting my prey drag on the ground uncaringly. Bloody Painter copied my action by picking up the female and slung her over his shoulder and followed me deeper into our woods. We took the prey to a building that was just a half a mile from Slender Mansion. It was a building that we usually used to store junk, so no one really ever came to the building. There was a cabin that we used to store our prey, but I didn't plan to let mine live that long. I shouldn't have let him live past that night. That was irrational thinking, something I wasn't going to let stop me from killing him and his friend. Tie her to that chair, I instructed, setting a similar chair ready for Adam. Bloody Painter said nothing, but followed my instructions. We set them face to face, tying their hands behind their backs and to the chair. Are you going to share these kills with Masky? Painter asked, stepping back and admiring his work. The girl was securely tied down. No, I said, once I was satisfied that Adam was securely tied down as well. These are mine. Then I'm off. I have prey of my own to hunt tonight. Painter said, tossing a wave over his shoulder as he walked out the door. When I was left alone with my two prey, I tilted my head as I observed my two prey. I was debating on which one I was to kill first. I turned to leave and headed for the mansion. Maybe Masky can help me plan as I wait for them to come to. Hopefully they would both be alive by the time I returned. It would be a shame to just let the slender sickness to kill them after all the trouble I went to just bring them here. Before I even reached the door, I was stopped by Slenderman, who was waiting for me. He stood out in the open and had his recent kill dangling from one of his tentacles. He tilted his head at me. I brought Adam and his friend here for slaughter, I clarified. His head tilted to the other side at my words, as let his prey drop to the ground lifeless, its face smeared with blood, from where it had died from being too close to Slendy. I don't want to keep him. I feel no inclination to even want to keep him alive, I said certain, without hesitation. They are nothing pawns. Prey. Slendy began walking away from me, then heading for the place he disposes of the bodies of his prey, letting the body drag on the ground as he walked. I continued to walk into the mansion. I went straight to the kitchen where Masky was eating a sandwich. His mask moved off to the side to allow him to eat. A second sandwich was waiting and I sat down next to him and moved my mask out of the way so I could eat it. You brought that child to our woods, Masky said, between talking a bite. I nodded. Poor bastard. He chuckled, a smirk forming on his lips. He knew what it meant when I brought them here. I was bored and I wanted entertainment. This was nothing but a game to me and I intended on enjoying myself. Masky may have held onto some of his humanity, but I prided myself in being able to reject my humanity and become the proxy Slendy wanted me to be. Adam and his friend was just pawns in my game now. Spread the words that the east of the woods is off limits, I informed. You're going to chase him, Masky said, picking up what I was panning. I want his fear and anxiety to be at its max when I kill him, I said. But not cause pain, Masky pointed out. Psychologically, he will wish he was in pain, I responded. Torture of the mind. Classic, Masky said, approvingly. Want me to help you set everything up? No, I got it, I said. We both finished eating at the same time and headed to our rooms. I would give them the night before I returned. If their minds were still intact by the time I came back, then the chase would begin. However, the girl was an afterthought. I wouldn't mind if she died during the night. Adam would be so scared waking and finding his friend dead. It would make his fear that spike to a delicious level. I could almost taste his fear now. Made me want to kill the girl now, but that would have to wait. I had a plan and for that plan to work I had to be patient. I couldn't help the sneer that spread over my face and the thought of Adam's blood painting my hands. Chapter 5. Adam's POV. Adam, 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 wake up. I immediately recognized Amy's voice and groaned as I tried to blink the sleepiness from my eyes, so I could answer her. I had the worst headache of all headaches. It really was the mother of all headaches. Adam, come on, now not the time to be sleeping. She pestered, her foot kicking mine. I opened my eyes finally and hissed as my neck cramped, and my right arm throbbed in pain. Why was I sleeping sitting up? Adam and GH. Come on, we're in trouble. She groaned, like she was in pain. I blinked my eyes open a final time and looked around. I didn't recognize where we were. Some kind of shed. Everything was still a little blurry, and my headache was not helping. I really just wanted to close my eyes again and not deal with whatever was causing Amy to be hysterical. I can't believe that you're sleeping when we have been kidnapped by psychos. Oh yeah, now I remembered. I became a bit more aware at the realization I should probably be freaking out with her. I tugged at my arms and found that the reason my right arm was in pain was because instead of in its sling, my arms were pulled back and tied to the chair we were both sitting in. You're the one who hit me with a tree branch. I mumbled, starting to struggle in my bonds, like she was doing. Really? That's what you focus on? She snapped. She was struggling a lot harder than I was. She practically had her chair moving and scrapping on the floor. Moving her chair backwards with each movement. She was putting more effort in escaping than I was. No. Yes. It's the first thing that came into my head, okay? I snapped tiredly. Well, you better wake up and start trying to slip out of those ropes. They could be back soon. She said, the back of her chair hitting the wall behind her. The muscles in her shoulder muscles were working, and it didn't take a genius to know that she had noticed something in the wall that was sharp and able to help her cut through the ropes. I start moving my chair toward her, intent on using what she was using to saw through her ropes. I had to stop a few times as my hearing started ringing, then slowly switched to a white noise sound. It caused my headache to spike even worse. I noticed Amy was taking breaks almost as much as was and grunting in pain every now and then. Amy, are you okay? I asked when I was close enough. I'm fine, almost, got it? She grunted, the sound the rope snapping and her arms falling to her side. She immediately brought both of her hands up to her head and cradled it for a second as she stood. Okay, your turn. She said, coming to stand behind me. Okay. I said, nodding. I was not at the top of my game for some reason. Getting hit in the face with a branch couldn't cause that much damage, could it? I groaned when the white noise started back up. Amy stopped tugging on my ropes to cradle her head again and groaned as well. Adam, are you hearing what I'm hearing? She asked when the moment passed. Yeah. Are you too? I asked her. My arms falling to my side when she pulled away the final knot. I couldn't let my arms hang though. The pinpricks that were starting to set in, they made my right arm ache even worse that I started to cradle it. Where was my sling anyway? I looked around the shed we had been left in. It honestly looked like a junk shed. Yeah. You don't think that, well, you know. She gave me a look. I honestly wasn't sure what she was talking about, so I just let me head tilt to one side. It really was just too much work to hold it up. It was so inviting to just sit back down in the chair that I had been tied to, but it was also a little disturbing to even think about sitting back down in a chair that had kept me prisoner a few moments ago. Never mind, let's just go. She said, opening the door. Which surprisingly was unlocked. I was about to follow her out when she immediately jumped back and slammed the door. Shit. Quick, hand me those chairs. She ordered. I didn't ask questions, I quickly handed her one of the chairs, which she wedged under the door handle. Loud thumping started sounding on the other side of the door. We both stood frozen for a couple of seconds, watching as the chair and door both rattle against the force trying to come through the door. Out the window? I asked, as it became apparent our makeshift blockage was not going to last long. "Yeah," Amy said quickly, pushing me as we both scrambled for the window. We simultaneously reached the window at the same time and threw it open and began pushing and shoving to be the first one out. Somehow, even though we were both trying to squeeze in the window at the same time, we both managed to get through and remarkably landed on our feet. There was no thought as we ran. We just ran, both trying to outrun the other, and neither of us looked back. We just need to get far away from our kidnappers. White noise sounded in my head again, almost making me stumble, but I didn't stop. There was a rule that me and Amy firmly believed in when it came to running away: I don't have to be fast, I just got to be faster than you. And we were definitely trying to outrun each other. There wasn't any trail for us to follow. No signs that could tell us where we were. There was just trees as far as the eye could see. The only thing that hindered us from continuing our mad dash for freedom was running right off a very steep slope, like the ground just decided to drop suddenly. I tried staying upright as tried to find our balance during the sudden dip in the ground. Ow! Amy dropped to her knees suddenly. "What?" I asked, picking up a rock and turning this way and that, looking out for any signs of danger. "I think I hurt my ankle." She moaned and stumbled as she tried to walk, but couldn't. "Please tell me you're joking," I pleaded, as I let her grab onto me and started on our way. The flight instinct we had a few moments ago vanishing at the sight of my longtime friend hurt. This was not the time to have a sprained ankle. She looked at me worriedly and tried taking a few steps again, only to stop and hiss in pain. "It's sprained," she said, trying a few more times to walk on it without limping and falling. "Which way should we go?" I asked, as we both looked at our surroundings. There really was nothing but trees around us. There wasn't anyone chasing us either, it seemed. Maybe whoever was trying to break down the door at the shed was still trying to break it down and didn't hear us running away. Things were calm at the moment, and so we just picked a direction and started walking. Amy probably could walk on her own if it was just sprained, but I think we both just found comfort in holding onto each other. She was my anchor and I was hers at the moment. We both jumped and grabbed tighter to each other at the sudden sound of a shriek that broke the silence of the woods around us. "WWH what?" I asked, looking around. I think it was a shriek owl. They live in the woods, right?" Amy said, trying to explain away the sound. "I don't know," I said, not stopping and looking around. Why did the trees all look the same? And what was with the sky? The weatherman had called for sunny weather the last time I watched television. But the sky was so cloudy and gloomy I couldn't even see the sun. And now I'm just trying to focus on something that is less scary. Great, Adam. Just great. Way to man up. My thoughts were interrupted by the white noise sound again, and I was vaguely aware of Amy grabbing at her head and groaning. "Something is wrong," she groaned. "Yeah," I agreed, shaking my head trying to quiet the white noise. It was starting to die down now. Another shriek and a snap of a twig had us moving faster, and after a few random turns later we broke through the tree line. The ground was littered with rocks and the mouth of a large tunnel greeted us. We stared dumbly for a moment at the sight of the darkness in its mouth. I looked around but couldn't see a way around it. "We're going to have to go in, aren't we, Dot?" I said, voicing our option. Goosebumps crawled up my spine as I continued to look at the opening of the tunnel. The total darkness signified that there was no opening at the end of the tunnel. "It's our only choice at the moment. We could turn around," Amy said, rubbing a hand across her nose. The back of her hand came back with blood on it. "You're bleeding," I said, sounding dumb. "Let's go." She ushered, moving forward, pulling me with her. She limped badly at my side. Maybe we would just stay here until the shrieking stopped and until we were sure that whoever had kidnapped us wasn't following us. If we rested here, then that would give Amy's hurt ankle time to rest. We slowly inched our way into the darkness of the tunnel. This probably wouldn't be so bad if we had flashlights. I felt like we were being watched. Footsteps outside the tunnel though pressed us forward, until we couldn't see the light at the entrance anymore. However, when the footsteps moved closer to the tunnel, we both froze. The footsteps paused for a few moments, and I felt myself stop breathing, like whoever was out there wouldn't hear us if we didn't breathe. When those few moments were up, the footsteps started moving away from the tunnel. Oh my God. I thought we were goners. Amy whispered, panting slightly. Apparently she had been holding her breath too. Yeah. I nodded, even though she couldn't see my nod. I didn't ask before, because we were busy running, but who was at the shed door? Your date who was in blue, or the guy that chased me who was wearing yellow? Yellow. She answered. I don't where my psycho date is. She said. Okay. I said, looking around the darkness. I literally couldn't see anything, and for some reason we continued to walk deeper into it. I think we were both relying on the presence of each other to keep ourselves from turning back. Something clattered in front of us, and for like the 100th time today, it was like we turned into statues. Maybe it was just rock or something. Amy said, gripping my arm. Another clatter and a snarling sound followed it. Eyes wide and in almost a robotic motion, I started backing up without much thought and was taking Amy with me. When the snarling sound started moving closer, something snapped within me, and without thinking I turned and plowed through Amy, grabbing her around the waist and tossing her over my shoulder, ignoring the pain that throbbed in my right arm as I did it. She did not complain. If she did, I was too panicked to hear it. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think of anything else beside run and danger. It felt like an eternity before the opening of the tunnel appeared. But I didn't stop. I could hear the scrapping of on the ground behind me as something chasing us, and I was not about to be some creature's lunch right after me and Amy just escaped our kidnappers. Hoodie's POV. I watched as Adam and his female friend ran into the tunnel that Rake liked to stay in. I had came back to the shed after breakfast and had arrived just in time for the girl to open the door and slam it in my face once she saw me standing there. Of course I knew they could get loose if they actually put their minds to it, so it wasn't a surprise to me. But I still had to put on a show and slammed my shoulder against the wood of the door in an attempt to get in and grin when I found the door jammed shut. Good. They weren't going to make this easy. Their only escape now would be the window, and I wait for the sound of running feet before I stopped slamming against the door, and casually followed their trail. Using the shortcuts that were in the woods to follow them without being seen. I very pleased seeing Adam moving well after last night. I was also pleased that the slender sickness wasn't so bad yet. The girl, however, Bloody Painter, had activated the slender sickness in her on their first meeting, which was a couple of hours before Adam's slender sickness was reactivated by me. Her sickness would take her out first. When I saw them tumble down the steep slope, and the girl stood up and started limping, that was more than what I could hope for, but I needed them to turn around to get them in the right area that I had prepared for them. I watched distastefully when the girl and Adam clung to each other, because of her injury. I have seen prey hurt worse than that continue to run out of sheer determination to live. But oh, when they waltzed up to the tunnel that was the home of the Rake. That was just what I needed to get them where I wanted them. When the darkness of the tunnel swallowed them, I had walked up to the tunnel as loudly as I could, so as to drive them deeper, where I knew the Rake resided. I waited just outside the tunnel, standing slightly to the side and behind a tree, and watched silently when Adam came running out, the Rake following a few feet away, snarling and growling as it chased them. My eyes narrowed at the sight of the girl he was carrying over his shoulder, his right injured arm bearing the brunt of the strain. I had kind of hoped Adam would leave her to slow down the Rake. That would have been the ideal move. Especially, if he wished to outrun the Rake, or even myself when the time came. That girl was a nuisance and an obstacle for what I wished to achieve. I followed, watching as the Rake chased Adam and the burden on his shoulder toward the area I wanted them in. I enjoyed watching my prey run. He stumbled every now and then when the slender sickness would act up. Rake had been warned about my prey that I had brought. So, when the abandoned house came into view, it was no surprise that the rake stopped in his tracks and let my prey run into the condemned structure. They didn't even notice, being too blinded by their fear. Rake huffed, watching them disappear into the building, as I walked up beside him. "Good job," I praised. "Reward?" Rake demanded. "I will give you the girl, for your trouble," I promised. "I will have no need for her soon enough." Rake made a pleased noise and turned to go back to his tunnel. I casually made my way to the abandoned house and listened to the sounds inside, to pinpoint where they were. I could hear their frantic breathing as they tried to calm down after such a run. I could hear the girl as she limped around, signaling that Adam had finally put her down. I went into the house via the back door, which was hanging off its hinges, and looked up when the ceiling above creaked due to their movements. So they were upstairs. I think it gave up. Adam's voice traveled through the rotting wood, as I silently made my way up the stairs. I knew this place like the back on my hand and was able to avoid the boards that would creak, or make any type of noise. Don't you think it gave up a bit too easy? "This house isn't entirely foolproof, you know," the girl said, before groaning in pain. She was doing that more often now. Which was good. Her sickness was getting worse faster. "What even was that thing anyway?" she asked, voice shaking slightly from the fear and pain that was still consuming her. "I don't know. I don't know, I just know that none of this is normal. That thing was something from stories," Adam said, panic still in his voice. I crept up to the closed door of the room they were hiding in and peeked inside. The girl had her head in her hands and was sitting on the old bed that occupied the room. Soon, very soon, the sickness would hit its peak and she would start hallucinating. I would make the pain of the sickness unbearable and turn her against Adam. I needed to drive him toward me. Make him watch the girl self-destruct and watch me as I took her away. Then there would be just me and him, and I was going to make our chase so much more intense than what he has experienced so far. Satisfied with the process of their sickness, I went back downstairs. And waited. Adam's POV. Amy wasn't looking so good. She was paler than normal and I didn't want to alarm her, but when we locked ourselves in this room I noticed blood was leaking from her ears when I set her on the bed. It wasn't a lot, so maybe it wasn't nothing important. She could have gotten hit or scratched by a branch when I was running with her over my shoulder. That thing in the woods, it reminded me of something, but that something was in stories. I started pacing the floor in thought. Now we had a breather. Why in the world were we kidnapped and brought here anyway? I mean, we were nobodies. I rubbed my poor right arm. Carrying Amy on it had really hurt, and I was starting to understand why the doctors had warned me about doing certain activities with it, but this situation was an emergency and I wasn't going to leave my best friend to be eaten by a monster. I cradled it, trying to relieve some of the pain that was pulsing through it. I stopped pacing and groaned as white noise sounded in my head. It was becoming more frequent now. Monster? Was that really what had chased us? Amy was right, it had been too easy to get away. I jogged the short distance toward the window and looked out. But there was no signs of the creature. No signs of our kidnappers. What the hell was going on? My thoughts were interrupted by Amy as she started hacking and coughing. Blood came out of her mouth and coated her hands. "That's not good," she said, tears streaking her face. "Amy, what's going on? Are you hearing things too?" I asked. "Yeah, a horrible static sound. It's been constantly ringing, and the monsters and the darkness that comes with it," she sobbed. "Adam, please make it stop." The white noise that had been frequently sounding in my head picked up again, and if Amy's crying was anything to go by, the white noise in her head had started up as well. "I can't take it anymore. There's no break," she whined. When the white noise in my head started vanishing, I took a deep breath, getting air back in my lungs that seemed to have been stolen from me. I turned my head and rubbed my nose at the feeling of something running from it. My hand came back with blood on it. Just like Amy's had at the tunnel. I had to force myself not to show my panic at the sight of blood and wiped my hand on my pants before Amy could see. Although it seemed that she was still suffering from the white noise in her head. "Amy," I said, worriedly, starting to move towards her. "Get away from me," she screeched, shoving me away from her. I stumbled backwards, away from her and stared at her wide-eyed. She has never spoken like that to me before. "You caused this," she shouted, pointing at me. I looked over my shoulder to be sure there wasn't someone standing behind me that she was pointing at. Instead, there wasn't. "The darkness, it calls your name. It wants you." She jumped up from the bed and limped toward me. She had blood running from her nose and ears and she didn't bother wiping it away. Giving her a wild and crazed look. "Shh, Amy, quiet. You'll give us away." I tried to shush her. She wasn't sounding like the friend I grew up with. This wasn't like her. "If I give it you, it will leave me alone. The torture," she gripped her head and groaned. "It will stop." She lunged and I jumped backwards, avoiding her grabbing hand. My back hit the door to the room. "Amy, stop and think. This isn't you. You're more leveled-headed." I tried to reason. "It won't stop," she insisted, jumping for me again. I whirled around and threw the door open, and winced when the door hit Amy in the face. "Amy, are you okay?" I asked, holding the door between us, like shield, watching as she rubbed where the door had hit her. She glared at me, and if looks could kill, I would be dead already. She growled at me, and that was my only warning to run from her. I didn't get far. I don't know how she did it with a hurt ankle, but just as I was about to run down the stairs, she grabbed me from behind. "Where do you think you're going?" she sneered, when I looked back at her. "And nowhere," I answered, not used to being scared of my friend. The look in her eyes were not normal. "That's right," she said, pulling me close to her. "Because you can't run from the darkness, Adam. Don't run, embrace it," she said, fingernails digging through my shirt. "It hurts less." "Amy, snap out of it," I said, panicky over her strange behavior. I didn't think about it, nor did I plan it, but my left hand came up and slapped her, knocking her off balance and dislodging her grip. Her hands reached up and cradled her head again where my hand had hit her. "Oh my God. Amy." I reached to touch her, but stopped when she just started giggling. I was freaking out, but I was trying not to show it. Distracted by her jiggling fit, I jumped when something wrapped around my neck and yanked, slightly bending my back, signaling that I was stand higher than who had grabbed me. Another arm grabbed at my right arm and I hissed in pain as it was pulled behind me. I could see enough of the arm to see yellow, which meant our kidnapper had caught up with us. Amy suddenly stopped giggling and gasped. "Adam, the darkness, he has you," she said, wide-eyed. I looked her in the eyes, pleading her to come back to her senses, but was instead greeted with blood running from her eyes. "He can make this all stop, Adam," she rejoiced. Before I started hyperventilating, I pushed back, trying to push myself and our kidnapper down the stairs, but he didn't budge. And I was trying hard. It was like he was made of iron. The white noise started back up, and this time the pain was more pronounced than ever. I felt my nose start bleeding again, and my suspicion was confirmed when the yellow sleeve that was around my neck speckled with the drops of blood. The white noise lasted longer this time, and my vision blanked out. When it stopped as quickly as it had started and my vision came back, I found myself being thrown down the stair. Before I landed at the bottom, my head hit the last step, but thankfully not too hard, but it still hurt. I landed on my side and groaned. I couldn't decide what hurt the worst, my head or my right arm that had been abused throughout this whole horror movie adventure. Getting to my knees, I pulled myself to my feet with the help of my left hand and stood wobbly on my legs. That fall had really jarred me. Taking a steadying breath, I looked up the stairs. "Amy, run!" I shouted, wide-eyed at what I was seeing. She was smiling and kneeling before our kidnapper. He wore a yellow hoodie with a black ski mask on that had a red stitched frowny face on it, the same guy that had chased me through the park. "He can make it stop," she chanted, staring at him like he was a god or something. He didn't say anything. My eyes immediately went to his gloved hand that was pulling a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Amy, who was still chanting about him making the white noise go away. "No, don't. Please," I begged, running back up the stairs toward them. The guy turned his masked face toward me as he pulled the trigger. I had gotten close enough that when the shot went off, the sound was loud and took my hearing, and I stumbled back, not used to such a loud and horrifying noise. Everything seemed to go in slow-mo then. Amy's body slumped forward and more blood began to spill from her. The hooded man used my distraction to kick me back down the stairs, and this time I landed on my back. The landing took my breath away and caused me to wheeze. Trying to get it back, it also caused pain to flare again from my back, and it traveled all over my body, making my head and arm to hurt even worse. The guy then kicked Amy's slumped form down the stairs. Her lifeless body landed next to mine. My eyes stayed on her, waiting for her to reopen her eyes because this could not be happening. But she did not move. She could not be dead. I could not tear my eyes away from my friend. Her face was covered in blood that had been running down her nose, ears, and eyes, and now more blood was leaking out of the hole in her head. I flinched when a black sneaker came in front of my face and kicked at her body, making her roll away from me. My eyes moved up and stared at my soon-to-be murderer. He was looking down at me, the red stitching on the dark fabric that was shrouded by the yellow hood, casting even more shadow, making the red stitching look like it was glowing. I was definitely hyperventilating now. It was becoming harder to breathe. And as much as I wanted to move away and run right this moment, my body was frozen. My first good look at my soon-to-be killer, and I finally could pinpoint who he was dressed as. The Marble Hornets character Hoodie, or the Hooded Man. Hoodie. I gasped out, barely getting the words from my mouth. As soon as the fictional character's name left my lips, a white noise bomb went off in my head, pulling a scream out of me like never before. It hurt. It hurt so bad. I didn't even know I had squeezed my eyes closed, until I opened them again and saw nothing but blackness. In that darkness something called my name, beckoning me forward. Amy had been right, something was after me. Everything started going numb as the surrounding darkness swallowed me whole, causing the white noise to abrupt stop, and everything else vanished, and I didn't fight it. I wanted to be anywhere besides in the reality where I had just watched my best friend get shot in the head, and couldn't save her. Chapter 6. Slenderman's POV. I stood outside the ruined house that Hoodie and his prey was in. Hoodie had misunderstood when I had asked him why he had spared the boy after the incident at the biodomes. He could not give me an answer, only a promise that he was saving the boy for last. I had no doubt that he would. However, Hoodie was once human. Sure, being my proxy numbed any human emotion he may have had, and I am proud to say that Hoodie was the most detached of all my proxies. Both Masky and Hoodie were my most loyal. But the longer they are with me, the more distant they will become with what brought them to me in the first place. Distant from what made them my most loyalist of proxies, and even if it costed the child his life, he was my tool, despite what Hoodie would think. I allowed him to bring the child here, and I will use him to keep my proxies in tip-top my shape. He's going to kill the kid, Masky said, standing beside me. I nodded in agreement. I had known that Hoodie was going to be the most difficult to make him feel one of the strongest human emotions, love and lost. Either one of those emotions would do really, but whatever the child's fate was going to be, it couldn't happen now. I had brought Masky for this very reason. He would back Hoodie off just enough to give the boy another night. It's not going to be easy to stop him. Hoodie is detached for a reason. He does not want emotions. Masky said, hands stuffed in his pockets. I merely looked down at him. He sighed and started walking toward the ruined house. I sent EJ on ahead to bait him. I will see what I can do, he said. But no promises. I turned away from the house and began to prepare for the child's next flight, when he got away from Hoodie again. I didn't care if he was hurt or if he lost his mind, I just needed to give Hoodie time enough to form a bond with the child, and then allow him to make the decision to keep him or kill him. The same that I had done with Masky. Masky of course wasn't much of a challenge, but Hoodie would probably prove difficult. However, if Hoodie ever listened to anyone, it was Masky. I turned to leave. I had a prey to hunt tonight, so I was confident in leaving Masky to encourage Hoodie. Hoodie's POV. Finally, he recognized me. I was beginning to think Slendy's pills worked too well. Or Adam was just that dumb. Either way, to be there when he finally realized who I was, I hoped to be there when he connected the dots that I am also Brian. I so hoped that connection would come soon. If I had any human emotions left, I think I would feel giddy right about now. I had removed the female and gave her to the rake once Adam passed out from the pain of the slender sickness. I must admit I think I was a bit too brutal in triggering the sickness when I approached. It was an impulse that I could not explain, but for some reason it made me feel better once he stopped screaming and was out cold. I had moved him since then. I had him back in the room he and his female friend hid in for a short time before her slender sickness reached its peak. I would have liked for her to have suffered more, but time is of the essence here. Is this the prey that was mentioned, Hoodie? I turned at the sound of Eyeless Jack's voice and nodded. He looks delectable. He's not here for you to eat, EJ. I said, standing in between my defenseless prey and EJ. I told everyone this place was off limits. What are you doing here? Shame. I wanted to see the prey was unlucky enough to survive an encounter with you twice. EJ said, walking around to the side, but not past me. I followed his movements to ensure that he would not pass by me. Adam was my prey and mine alone. His right arm looks damaged. He noted, seeing Adam subconsciously cradle it in his passed out state. Yes. I confirmed, wanting him to hurry and leave. Are you planning on fixing it? He asked, studying it from where he stood, tilting his head and staring through his blue mask with inky eyes. No, I said, narrowing my eyes from behind my mask. I was getting irritated with his continued interruption of my game. He won't live that long. He said, starting to back up the way he came, sensing my irritation. If you say so. I'll just leave these in case you change your mind. He said, placing a pill bottle on the floor, before he exited the house. I do. I said, looking back to Adam once I was sure EJ was gone and ignoring the bottle. This was my game, my hunt. I told them to stay away. I stalked closer to the bed and my unsuspecting prey. Hurry and wake up. I growled, impatiently grabbing the collar of his shirt and shook him. He stayed unconscious, and I let him drop back onto the bed carelessly as he groaned in his sleep from the slender sickness. I stomped away from him and snatched up the bottle, popping the lid off as I stomped back over to him and forced his mouth open and dropped a pill in. When I let go, his mouth did not close all the way and he did not swallow. Growling in frustration, I covered both his mouth and nose. I was going to make him swallow that damn pill so he would wake up and we could finish playing my game, and then I could accomplish my purpose a proxy. If I couldn't kill him, then what use am I to Slenderman? Adam's chest started rising and falling rapidly due to the loss of air. You will swallow, and you will run, and then I will kill you. I said evenly, and in my usual tone, even though I knew he couldn't hear me. It's been so long since I have felt something like this, but I knew I didn't like it, and the only way to get rid of it was to destroy Adam both physically and mentally. I would erase these feelings with him. If you keep trying to force him to swallow while unconscious, you're going to succeed in killing him a lot sooner than you want. Masky's voice said, from behind me. I removed my hand from Adam's mouth and watched as the pill slipped out. Adam's breathing even out then as he groaned again, his head lolling over to one side. Then how do you suggest I get him to take it? I asked, annoyed, but not willing to let anyone see how annoyed, although Masky could probably tell that I was annoyed. I thought I told everyone to leave this area, I stated, turning to face him. Just like EJ, Masky had his mask on as well. You did. But let's face it. It's been a long time since you let someone last so long. Everyone is curious. Masky said. As for the slender sickness, if he is knowledgeable about us, he should pick up that to survive to take the pill willingly. He has some knowledge. I confirmed. Then leave the pill where he will find it? Masky suggested. He wasn't moving any closer. He knew Adam was mine. So what is your plan after this? I did not answer. I was ashamed to tell him that I didn't have a plan. I did not take the time to make a plan. It was so unlike me. I usually know exactly how I was going to stalk my prey. Masky read into the silence, sighing to himself, before he dared to walk closer to the bed of which held Adam. He took him by the chin and examined his face. I clenched my hands, not liking Masky leaning so close to Adam. He then touched Adam's right arm, was already damaged, lifting it off the mattress and causing the boy to flinch in his sleep and let out another pained groan. I placed my own hand on Adam's arm and Masky released his slowly, not wanting to provoke me. He is fine, I said, dismissively, letting Adam's arm drop back to the bed, despite the painful groan that escaped the boy again. Masky returned his gaze to me. Okay. But he won't be much of a challenge with just one arm. He will adapt. I dismissed again. He doesn't need to live any longer here than he has to. So, you're going to kill him here? Masky said, gesturing around, indicating the whole house. Yes. I confirmed. Why not let him see true terror then, besides just killing the female? Let him roam out, it's a waste of the slender pills otherwise. Unless, he said, tilting his head. You are showing him mercy. I am not showing him mercy. I denied, my voice even and sure. Then play with him a little longer. Build him up and then break him in one blow. Masky suggested, walking to the door. I feel nothing, I said, stopping him in his tracks. I didn't understand why I had to say it out loud, but I did anyway. Slendy wants to see if I am still have human morals. I don't. I cast aside everything when I became a proxy. Unlike you. Then let's just humor each other for a while. I would fix his arm, but then you aren't me. He said, leaving me alone with my prey. I didn't move for a long time. They thought I still had emotions. They were baiting me. But I would humor them. It would make Adam's final moments, the fear, the anxiety all so worth it. Everything will go back to normal. I took one more look at Adam before I left as well. He was no different from any of my other prey. The others were just overreacting. I left the bottle on the old nightstand. However, I would let him choose if he wanted the continued torture of the slender sickness, or an escape from it. It was ridiculousness if I had any say. He should be dead now, so why was I listening to everyone around me? I should just end him. But I did like watching my prey squirm, so I would let him squirm and struggle. Adam's POV. I don't know how to explain it, but this didn't feel like sleep. There weren't any dream-like visions or comforting warmth of blanket, or that feeling of safety. No, the darkness that was surrounding me, was not here because I was asleep. Something was lurking in this darkness and I was afraid to move. It was here for me, but I didn't know why. I covered my ears at the sound of white noises as it gradually got louder. What did I ever do to deserve this? My best friend, Amy. She was dead. That monster killed her. A monster that shouldn't exist. No, it was someone dressed up as the monster. Dressed up as a creepypasta. As Hoodie. Maybe the darkness wasn't so bad. Maybe I was dead too. Yeah. That had to be it, I was dead too. I blinked my eyes and the white noise disappeared, just like that, and I found myself no longer in the darkness. Oh no. No, no, no. Please God, let this just be a dream. I groaned, at seeing the last room me and Amy had used to hide in. Why am I still alive? I questioned, sitting up and cradling my right arm. It really ached. I should not be alive. We had been caught and Amy had been shot and I should be dead with her. Why hadn't he killed me? Sick psycho. I grunted, getting up. That's not very nice. I jumped back on the bed at the sound of a little girl's voice and immediately felt stupid for it. It was the same little girl from the park, but now she was holding a teddy bear. She had her head tilted and was watching me with bright blue eyes, that seemed to sparkle with wonder. How did you get here? I asked, breathless. A kid shouldn't be here. I had to get her out of here. I followed you. I was worried. Mr. D was worried too. She said, walking closer and looking up at me with trusting eyes and holding up her bear for me to see. You got hurt? I said, noticing the blood that was streaking down her forehead. Let me take a look. I insisted, moving toward her. You're hurt too. She pointed out, backing up when I reached for her. She was looking at my right arm and how I was cradling it. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt. I lied, there was no need to scare her any more than what she probably already was. Neither does mine. She smiled. Do you want to play? She asked. I shook my head, slightly amazed by her childlike innocence of the situation. We were in danger and God only knows how she got here, but this was taking a turn for the worst. We can't play right now. Her face dropped. But later. I need a sling or something to support this. I said, indicating my right arm. Her face brightened suddenly. Lucky for you, Dr. Sally and Dr. D knows how to treat her patients. She said, marching herself and her teddy bear into the combined bathroom to the bedroom. Wait, that's not what I meant. I rushed after her, holding my head when the white noise started back up. When I looked in the bathroom, it was empty. I stepped back out and shook my head to clear it and looked back in the bathroom. It was still empty. But I had seen her go in here, she was just here. I was silently freaking out, because if I really just imagine the little girl from the park, then I was clinically insane, or very traumatized. Okay, Adam, pull yourself together. You are fine. You're just in shock and now you're just hallucinating. I reasoned out. Backing away slightly from the bathroom's doorway, but not turning my back to it. The wind blew through the broken window that was in the bathroom and whisked a thin and worn towel my way. It landed at my feet. A nervous chuckle escaped me, as I bent down to pick it up. Hallucination or not, I could still use this towel as a makeshift sling. I picked it up and went back to the bed and began fiddling with it until I was able to tie a tight knot and fixed my arm in it. I had just finished when a loud bang sounded down the stairs, causing me to jump to my feet. Shit. I cursed when I hit the nightstand beside my bed, knocking a pill bottle off of it. I waited to see if I heard anything else, before I reached to pick up the bottle. It rattled, signaling that there were indeed pills in it. There was no label on it. Shrugging, I put it back and tiptoed myself toward the door and over to the stairs. I shudder seeing the blood that spilled out of Amy was still there, and it made me wonder again why I was still alive. I was careful to try and not step in the blood as I walked down the stairs and sidestepped the big puddle at the bottom. I couldn't stay here, that was clear. The psycho knew where I was, and whatever had stopped him from killing me, was not going to save me a second time. I didn't want to be here when he came back. I needed to get to a populated area and call the authorities and tell them what? That I was me and my friend was kidnapped by a psycho that I couldn't even identify, that he killed Amy and her blood splattered on me. Even to myself that sounded insane. They would put me away. I didn't even know where I was or if there was even a town nearby. All I knew was that there were trees everywhere. Ugh. Stop it, Adam, you're psyching yourself out. I reprimanded myself for even thinking like that. I should be more focused on my surrounding and what made that loud banging noise down here. I hit the floor when it sounded again, covering my head with my left hand thinking the psycho was back. I crawled a little when it sounded a third time. It was coming from the kitchen. As I slowly made my way over, I was trying to calm myself, but it wasn't working. I was just about to peek into the kitchen when the banging sounded again and almost did a U-turn right there. I honestly don't know why I stayed and peeked inside, but I'm glad I did. There was no one there, just a broken cupboard door swinging open and closed, due to the wind blowing through a broken window. I heavily exhaled in relief. There was no one in the rotting house, but me. What are you doing? Ah. I felt my heart try to jump out of my chest at the little girl's voice behind me. You're back. I gasped, clutching the wall, shaking my head slightly at the white noise sound that rang in my head. It quickly went quiet. I never left, silly. The little girl giggled. Patients shouldn't leave their beds. She scolded, putting on a serious face, holding her teddy bear close to her chest. Okay, so maybe it was just me and my hallucination in this old house. I was silent for a moment waiting for her to disappear like the last time, but she didn't. What do you say to a hallucination? Sorry. I finally decided on. I really didn't know what to say. Her serious face went away and back to a smile. It's okay. I get it. This is all new to you. She smiled. I blinked at her. I didn't understand what she was talking about. I should understand what my own hallucination was talking about. But we should go before he come back. Hoodie isn't in a great mood to be around at the moment. She said, skipping toward the door, back into the woods. I stood there a moment thinking. So even my hallucination is calling the psycho Hoodie. That's just great. Wonderful. Ha, ha. I shook my head and sighed, the white noise picked up a little bit. Yeah, I was losing my marbles. I followed after my hallucination, only she wasn't outside. Typical, she would vanish once out of my sight. But I really didn't want to be here for when the psycho came back, so I started walking away from the house. I wasn't sure where I was going, but I knew I wasn't going to go through any more tunnels. A shiver went down my spine at the memory of something chasing us. Chasing me. My brain corrected as I walked along. I was hunched in on myself as I walked, my left hand cradling my right arm in its sling. I think it was sometime in the afternoon. I really don't think it mattered. The area was just gloomy. Even the sky looked gray. This was really not a good place to be. I don't think I wouldn't be this cautious if my right arm wasn't out of commission. I would be able to defend myself then, with what little boxing skills I had learned from the gym, a way to defend myself. No, that's a lie, I would still be a big chicken. I wasn't like all those other cool guys that laugh in the face of danger. I ran from the face of danger, especially when said danger was intent on hurting me. My mind jumped to the little girl hallucination that I was having now. The only way I could explain the hallucination was probably due to when Amy had hit me in the face with a branch. I had no explanation for the white noise though. I don't think my hearing was damaged, I could still hear just fine. My eyes bounced off tree after tree as I passed them. I didn't know what was in these woods, so I needed to be aware, and pondering on Amy's death wasn't the way to keep myself alive. Hoodie. That is what the psycho is dressed like. I guess I should start calling him Hoodie instead of Psycho. I didn't know why, but for some reason I couldn't help but think that this Hoodie guy saving my for last for a reason. It was just a hunch. I mean, there was no reason for me to still be alive. I should have died with Amy. I couldn't just keep running. If I had another run-in with this Hoodie, then I might not walk away the next time. I had been walking for a long time and was getting sick of see these spooky worthy trees. Before something caught my attention. Hey! I stopped in my tracks and with much effort did not jump at the sound of the little girl hallucination calling out to me. I looked to my right to see her waving at me to follow her. I jogged after her, but somehow still lost sight of her when the tree lean broke again, revealing an old sanatorium. I immediately just stopped. Oh, this was not a building I wanted to see. I only seen abandoned sanatoriums in horror video games and the building always looked foreboding. Now that I was seeing one in person, I can honestly say that abandoned sanatoriums were indeed scary, just as much as a haunted mansion would look. I looked around debating if I really wanted to go into the building. I mean, what could benefit me from going in there? It was an abandoned sanatorium in the middle of the woods. Come on, Dot. The little girl's voice called from the building, but I didn't see her. I was still looking at the building with wide eyes and not moving. I mean, did I really need to follow direction from a hallucination? As if the situation wasn't creepy enough, a screech owl decided to make itself known as the only living creature in these woods. Cursing myself for the decision, I slowly walked toward the building. This was such a bad idea. Slenderman's POV. Slendy. I had just finished tracking down my next prey, when Sally appeared before me and jumped into my arms. I held her close and tilted my head slightly, asking her what she wanted. She hardly ever sought me out when I was hunting. The way I killed was not appropriate for her young eyes. Shifting to hold her in one arm, I shook Mr. D's little stuffed paw in hello, when she held him out to me. Slendy, me and Mr. D ran into Hoodie's prey at the park and again at the old house, she said, excitedly. I tsked at her action by shaking my head and wagging my pointer finger back and forth. She knows not to interfere in Hoodie's territory when he's hunting. Although there wasn't much I could do to Sally, she was still very much a young child. But Slendy, we like him. I don't think Hoodie should kill him. She pouted. I tilted my head to the other side, showing her I was listening. I want to play with him first, then Hoodie can have him, she said, with a playful smile on her face. I held up my hand to stop her there. Hoodie was an efficient and fast proxy, and I did want him to take his time with the child. Maybe letting Sally move him around wasn't such a bad idea. It would be like a game of keep away, or hide and seek. At least for a little bit. I nodded my head to her. Hide and seek. Her smile grew bigger. She threw her arms around my neck in a big hug. Slendy, I knew you would say something like that, so I already moved him. Slowly she began to become transparent and finally disappeared from my arms, going back to where Hoodie's prey waited. Letting my arms drop, I sighed and began making my way home. It was time for a little rest after such a long hunt. Chapter 7. Hoodie's POV. Where was he? I glared at the empty bed before me. Adam wasn't here, but the pill bottle was. So he chose to endure the torture of the slender sickness. However, that was not what I was focused on. No, I was trying to deduce where my prey had gone. I wasn't gone from this house for more than an hour, long enough time for Adam to start to wake up. Even if he did awake early, prey usually stayed near around the only shelter they had. This house was to play a part in that shelter. But he wasn't here, and after being chased by the rake, it would be foolishness for him to travel out there by himself, unless he was persuaded. My eyes narrowed at the thought. This had another proxy written all over it. I was getting very irritated now. I was getting tired of telling them to leave my prey alone. That he was mine, but if that is how they were going to be, then I guess I was just going to have to steal him back. I picked up the pill bottle and turned to leave. Masky was waiting for me downstairs, hand in his pocket. I didn't hear any screams. Did you decide to just kill him in his sleep? Or did the slender sickness do its job? He asked, tilting his head curiously. He's gone. Someone else was here, I stated, walking past him and back outside. He followed, keeping pace with me. I was looking for any signs that would show me Adam's path. The rake was crouched behind a thicket of bushes gnawing on the bone of the female prey that I had tossed out to him. He looked up at us as we approached. My eyes scanned over the bloody mess that littered the ground, making sure that the rake had not got brave and decided to steal from me. Where is my prey? I asked, knowing that the creature had to have seen something. Sally, Rake growled out. Which way? I asked. Rake pointed in the direction of the old abandoned sanatorium, then went back to his meal. I started walking in the direction of the sanatorium at a fast pace, Masky on my heels. Hoodie. What are you going to do? He asked, tone casual. He knew why I was hurrying. If that is where Adam was headed, then I needed to get there before Adam got even a little better. I couldn't let anyone have him but me. He was my kill. My prey. Sally had no right to take him there. I said, my voice sounding neutral, when inside I could feel my blood boiling. I may spank her, I threatened. You know Slendy will not allow that. Masky said. Don't you have something better to do? I snapped back, though my tone did not change. I could sense when he left me to track my prey by myself. Of all the proxies Sally could lead my prey to, why did she take him to her? Adam's POV. The sanatorium was in better condition than the old house was, but it was also creepier. Every part of me wanted to leave and find something else. I really shouldn't have followed my hallucinations' advice and ventured into this building. It seemed like the forest was taking it over. There were some rooms that had their doors closed, and other doors would be open. In the hallway there would be abandoned old wheelchairs just sitting if the wind blew just right. The ones that didn't have their brakes down would rock slightly. And walkers that were either standing upright, or laying forgotten on the dirty floor. The graffiti on the walls weren't much help in calming my nerves. The only reason I didn't upright and book it back outside was because of the white noise that was sounding in my head more frequently now. Each time it sounded I would black out for a moment, with just enough time to catch myself. My head would pulse as if in time with my heart, and I would start to feel nauseous. I was really hoping to find some type of medicine that I would recognize here. I already found a dirty, but medically approved arm sling to replace my makeshift one. Already my right arm and shoulder were feeling better now that it was being supported properly. As I walked through the halls and taking the time to peek through some of the rooms. There really wasn't much in the rooms and no sign of any medicine that could help soothe the pulsing static in my head. I hadn't even looked in all the room when the white noise started up again. This time when I blacked out, I found myself on my knees, using my left to brace myself. This time, however, it was different. It was like the white noise and the darkness that took my vision, sapped all the strength from my limbs. My legs felt like jelly, and slowly I began to let myself ease closer onto the floor and just lay there. I thought I heard clicking noises coming toward me, but I didn't trust my senses at the moment. Well, what do we have here? A feminine voice said above me. The tone was low and tantalizingly soothing to my ears. I felt something nudge my side, rolling me onto my back, so I opened my eyes and stared up at a lady dressed in a black leather nurse outfit. I could only see her eyes and brown hair. Her lower face was covered by a black leather medical mask with a red cross on it. She looked like a Halloween nurse. The dress she wore was tight-fitting and her black leather gloves went past her elbows. I knew a handful of guys that would find her attractive, even with all the stitches. But I knew she wasn't normal. Her gray skin and those stitches made her look like a corpse nurse if anything, albeit a good-looking dead nurse. However, it was her eyes that held my attention. They were red. Red eyes always meant bad. I tried backing up to put a bit of distance between us, but failed due to just having one function arm. "Are you my new patient?" she asked, sounding amused, although her voice kept its soothing tone. Her hands were already reaching for me. "No. I mean, I was just leaving," I said, hurriedly, turning myself over and onto my knees, but was stopped when the white noise increased again. I grabbed the side of my head to try and reduce the pain, but it didn't help. The scary nurse just watched as I quivered from pain at her feet, and I thought I saw a sadistic spark light up in her eyes, but I couldn't be sure with my vision going blurry. When it subsided, my strength was gone again and my hand came away with blood on them. "Oh no," I mumbled. I was starting to bleed from my ears now, just like Amy had. It couldn't be a good sign, especially going off of what had happened to Amy when she had started bleeding. "Nonsense, you are my new patient. Why else would you be here, silly child?" The nurse tsked. "I will take you to your room." She snaked her arms under mine and with amazing strength for a woman, lifted me enough to where she could drape one of my arms over her shoulders, taking most of my weight. I don't think I could run after that last episode. My body was beginning to tire from the constant pulsing and ringing of the white noise. With no more energy for the moment to fight her off, I let her lead me to wherever she was going to take me. I mean, she probably would be able to help me and make the white noise in my head stop. Hell, she probably could tell me where I was and how to get help. But then this was me trying to not judge a book by its cover. She could be taking me to the morgue to finish what my kidnapper failed to do. Why the hell did I even follow a hallucination? I thought to myself once again. I must be the biggest fool to walk the earth. The nurse hummed as she took us toward an old elevator that had its doors wide open. At first glance it reminded me of the elevator on the show called the Helivator, and upon entering the old elevator the doors did not shut, they stayed open even when she pressed a button. Although what floor she was sending us to, due to the labels of the buttons being worn off. "Oh, by the way, darling, I'm Nurse N," she said, very close to my ear, just as the elevator fell downward. When I say fell, I mean literally it fell. I found myself clutching tightly to the scary nurse, or rather Nurse N, despite everything in my gut telling me she was dangerous. But she was literally the sturdiest thing/person in the elevator, like the elevator plummeting didn't even bother her, and here I was ready to crap in my pants, wondering exactly how many floors could be under the first floor. And as suddenly as the fall began, the elevator came to a stop with a yank, stopping at its designated floor, that she wanted us to go to. "Here we are," she said, sounding cheery. "I think I left something upstairs," I mumbled, suddenly not feeling good. "Like my heart, and my soul," I added mentally. I felt my knees crumpled as the sudden adrenaline from the elevator drop zone began to vanish, my body seeming more tired than it had been on the first floor. I was aware of Nurse N jiggling at my statement like it was a joke, although to me she sounded far away, the giggling being blocked by the white noise that was starting up in my ears, along with another pulsing pain in my head. I blinked my eyes and squeezed them shut, trying to ignore it. When I opened them with the determination to stay focused, however, the white noise had not faded like before. It was a continuous dot. I suddenly found myself standing on my own in an empty hallway. I turned in a circle, confused. Where did Nurse N go? I was still in the sanatorium, right? This was so weird. The hallway I was in looked like it was pulled from my high school, but it didn't hold the atmosphere of my high school. This atmosphere felt sinister, with the end of the hallway in front of me blanketed in pitch black darkness. I couldn't see anything. "Adam!" a sinister sounding voice called from the darkness at the end of the hall. I took a step back, bring my left hand up in a defense position should anything jump from the darkness and attack me. Although I don't think I would stand a chance with one arm. Come at 'em. It beckoned. I didn't move, blinking my eyes and rubbing them, trying to make the scene disappear, because this just wasn't real. It couldn't be. I want you. It said. Oh, hell no. I said, turning to run, just as the white noise sounded again. Something had moved. The darkness moved. It wasn't a trick of the eye. It wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. No. Something had moved toward me in that darkness, and there was no way in hell I was going to stand there and find out what it was. I knew when to pick my fights. Although it was dark behind me too, but not as dark as where the moving darkness was. I couldn't see where I was going. I hit something hard, jostling my right arm. Ow! I cried out at the pain. Instinctively moving to protect my injured arm. Oh, what are you doing out of bed? You haven't been discharged yet. Nurse Ann said, coming to my side. Huh. I opened my eyes. I was back. I must have blacked out or something. So the moving darkness wasn't real? Whatever happened, it was long enough for Nurse Ann to take to a room and place me in bed. She helped me back in the bed. We can't have that now. That right arm is in terrible condition. And your slender sickness is really bad. I'm surprised you were able to make it back. She said as she pushed me back so that I was resting back on some pillows. I eyed her. What the hell? Did I judge her wrong? Then it was like my brain registered what she had said, and I sat back up as everything started clicking in place. Wait. You said slender sickness? Slender as Slenderman? As in Creepypasta? Of course. What else would I mean? She said, pushing me back down. Now be a good patient. I have to get you better for a special little proxy. She said, caressing my cheek. Her black leather-gloved hand, feeling cold against my skin. I wanted to jerk away but didn't. I didn't want to offend her, that would be bad. I stared at her, with wide eyes, as she walked away and over to a medical cabinet and pulled out a pill bottle. This wasn't right. Creepypastas weren't real, they were urban legends. This couldn't be real. This was madness. The air was leaving the room and it was becoming harder to breathe. I could feel myself struggling to draw in air. Everything I knew about creepypastas coming Tom as I tried to hurriedly remember the stories that I had ran across on the internet. But stories like those weren't real. They could benefit me here. That would be ludicrous. Insane. Hey, calm down. Breathe slowly. In. Out. In. Out. Nurse Ann said, by my side again, and I found myself following her instructions. I mean, she was a nurse and it seemed like she was trying to help me. Nurse Ann. Did you fix him yet? I hear my hallucination's voice, but then if what Nurse Ann said was true, then. Proxy. I said, looking toward the little girl. Now that I looked at her more closely, the cartoony fan art and anime fan art pictures on the internet flashed in my mind, and there was no doubt. She was that Sally. Yup, I'm a ghost. Want to see me do a trick? She asked excitedly. No. I answered quickly. I don't think my psyche could handle see her fade in and out like a literal ghost. The information alone was traumatizing enough. She suddenly looked sad. I mean, not right now, I think I've had too much excitement, for a lifetime or two. I corrected myself, ghost or not, she was a little girl. Plus, even though I was sure Sally was one creepypasta that would severely hurt me, I wanted to stay on her good side. I mean, she lead me to a nurse. So that had to stand for something, right? So does that mean that the one who killed my friend really was Hoodie? I asked, hoping they would lie to me. Or say no. Yep. Sally said happily, with a bright smile, especially for a dead one. Wait, he's Hoodie's prey? Not yours? Nurse Ann asked, hands on her hips. Her face switching to a scowl. Sally, you know we're not allowed to take another proxy's prey, unless they properly caught. But Slendy said I could. Sally pouted. Yes, but you brought him in my domain. Hoodie will come looking for this prey. This is the one to survive him, yes. Nurse Ann questioned, although instead of sounding upset, she sounded like she was excited. A loud bang sounded above us. Uh-oh. Sally said, slowly fading, and my brain stopped. She really was a ghost. Nurse Ann soon broke into laughter as she walked toward the door, hips swaying as she did so. Well, if you're a free-for-all, then all I have to do is win you from Hoodie, she said, grabbing the small chainsaw that I had not noticed until now and began walking toward me, revving the engine and holding it up like one would a sword. Or I could just take the kill now. Your fear is so amazing right now, she gushed, stalking closer. In one swift movement I jumped out of the bed, wanting something between us, and backed up further when she brought the chainsaw on the bed, sawing it in half and sending stuffing flying everywhere. The destruction of the bed seemed to go in slow motion, even though it was only a couple of seconds, but I couldn't look away. If she hit me with that chainsaw, I was dead. Even if I did get away. It's time for surgery, she said, tone no longer soothing, but with pure malice in it, stepping through the gap in the bed she had just created and coming toward me. I backed up, trying my best to sidestep my way to the door, but I would become within reach to Nurse Ann if I did that. I looked around frantically for something to use to defend myself, or at least fend off that chainsaw until I could find the opportunity to run for it. But there was no way I would survive this. There was no way, no way. And both of our head whipped toward the door, and there stood Hoodie in the entrance, where he had growled her name. Hoodie. Long time no see, she said, swinging around to face him, voice switching back to a soothing tone. Is this your prey? You should really keep it on a leash. It could get hurt. Or taken. He voice turned sickly sweet. Hoodie merely stalked into the room, a pipe dragging behind him carelessly. He didn't acknowledge that he had her say anything. When he was just a few feet from her, did he fix the pipe to where he hit against his shoulder. It was like there was a silent conversation going on until they suddenly swung their weapons. Both their weapons clashed and sent sparks flying. They were going to fight over me. Really? Hoodie managed to backhand her just as she was about to swing her chainsaw one more time. She looked every much the crazy nurse that my gut was telling me she was on the first floor. I should listen to my gut more often. Using their detraction, I edged myself toward the door and slipped out, ducking out of the way when the chainsaw came flying out of the room, followed by the frustrated shout of Nurse Ann. I ran right for the elevator and pressed the button for the first door and braced myself as the elevator shot upward. It took everything in me not to collapse to my knees at the abrupt stop when the first floor come into view. I didn't bother trying to the correct exit, that would have taken too long. Instead I jumped out of the closest bust-out window, and made a break for it. Never in my life would I had thought that I would be happy to see a kidnapper, much less a creepypasta. Thinking I was home free and Hoodie and Nurse Ann should still be fighting, I started pacing myself, but still running, so I wouldn't tire out as easy. As long as my adrenaline ran high, I think I should be fine. Every now and then I would stumble, because of the white noise, that I now knew was called a slender sickness. I probably should have asked Nurse Ann if there was a way to cure it, before all hell broke loose. Oh well, we live and we learn. I was still having to wipe at my nose and ears whenever I would feel blood leaking from them, but in no way in hell was I going to stop running. It wasn't until I was tackled from behind, that I probably should have ran a little faster. It was that flash of yellow that told me who had tackled me. I struggled for all I was worth, not wanting to be captured by this guy, especially after what he had done to Amy. His hand gripped onto my right shoulder tightly. I screamed in pain, but I wasn't going to just be beaten by him and killed. How the hell did he catch up to me so fast anyway? he should still be in a death match with that nurse N. I managed to twist my body despite his grip and got my legs up and used them to push him off me. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing hold of a rock in the process, so that I would have a weapon. Hoodie got to his feet quickly and lunged for me again. I dodged, swinging my left, that held the rock, and hit him in the face. He froze at the hit, head turned to the side from the force, and immediately the aura coming off him turned from bad to worst. The white noise in my head picked up and a scream of pain was ripped from me. The white noise continued this time. My knees hit the ground, but Hoodie did not let me stay there. He grabbed me by the front of my shirt back up to my feet and pushed me up against the nearest tree. The hand then let go of my shirt and grabbed my neck, squeezing, stopping any sound from escaping and preventing me from breathing. I was trying my best to pry his hand off with my left hand, little good that it was doing me. He had something in his other hand and that I could not see, but he placed it in my mouth. "Swallow," Hoodie said, speaking to me for that first time since I came to this place. I shook my head trying to spit it out but could not once he covered my mouth. I felt whatever he had put in my mouth slide down my throat. He placed 2 fingers in my mouth to make sure I had swallowed before he released me and let me hit the ground. "Troublesome," I heard his scoff, as the white noise dragged my back into the darkness. Hoodie's POV. I had made tea just in time. Nurse N was about to kill what was mine and I could not allow that. Sally was nowhere to be seen. Maybe she had wanted Nurse N to heal Adam, but she had no right to take him in the first place. During mine and Nurse N's encounter at the sanatorium, Adam had been given the chance to escape and he had took it. If I was a normal killer, he probably would have gotten away. Too bad I was a creepypasta. When I caught up to him, he was already bleeding from his eyes, ears, and mouth, although he probably barely noticed, since he was too busy running for his life. His slender sickness was reaching its peak, and unlike a few rare cases, once they started bleeding from the eyes and ears, it was more than likely the slender sickness would kill him. Upon catching him, I had tackled him to the ground and grabbed at his right shoulder, knowing that it was a weak point and would hinder him fighting back. I made sure to squeeze tightly and let the slender sickness flare out to full force to ensure he would not be able to fight me off. He out up a good struggle and I had a hard time getting him to swallow that damn pill, but in the end I had prevailed. I had recaptured my prey and I was going to take my time extracting the life from him. Before I could even pick my prey up and take him to slaughter, I was interrupted again. "Hoodie," LJ said, popping in front of me, holding the hood of Jeff's bloody white hoodie in one hand. "Want to come with me and Jeffy to the carnival? It's in Spain this time," he asked. "Let me go, you damn clown," Jeff screeched from behind him, pulling back his knife to stab the black and white clown. "No, I'm busy," I said, grabbing the back of Adam's shirt and dragging him with me as I made my way back to the old house. I felt Adam's weight disappear from the shirt and turned to see LJ had taken him from me and was examining Adam like a scientist. "So this is the one lucky to survive you twice. He adorable. Isn't he, Jeffy? Not like Maskis, though Maskis is cute like a puppy. This one seems frisky like a kitten. Doesn't he, Jeffy?" LJ said, turning Adam this way and that. That clown was getting on my nerve and I found a Jeff's action of stabbing a knife in the imagination side to be quite satisfactory, although I wished I was the one who had done it. But the clown wasn't wrong. Adam was a fighter. He wasn't docile. "Give Hoodie back his kill and leave me the hell alone, you crazy ass clown," Jeff shouted, already walking away. Seeing Jeff's departure, LJ dropped Adam and pursued after the killer. "Aw, Jeffy, I didn't mean it. I said they were cute. But you are beautiful, they couldn't wish to compare." "Jeff, wait, you forgot your knife." Sighing, I hurriedly picked up Adam and this time took a shortcut to the old house. Upon reaching it, I wasted no time to take him in the basement. I had to replan everything now. Especially now that Adam realized creepypastas were indeed real. Chapter 8. Adam's POV. Upon waking up, I found myself laying in the darkness on concrete, with nothing but silence to greet me. I was almost afraid to move, I was afraid I would actually wake up. But then my head was clear and there was no more white noise, maybe I had died then. If I was dead then my right shoulder should be healed, right? I tried moving my arm in a rolling motion to test out the theory, but as soon as my shoulder moved, sharp pain flared and I squeezed my eyes shut at the pain. Why couldn't it all have been a dream? Standing up slowly, I felt for a wall, so I would know that nothing would be able to sneak up behind me. When my hand finally touched something, it felt padded. Inspecting the surface underneath my hand blindly, I let my hand move across it slowly as I carefully started following the padded surface until I found a corner that led to more padding. So, it really was a padded wall, but why? If I remember creepypastas right, they are supposed to kill you. I continued to feel my way around the walls. It felt like a big room. Finally my hand felt a banister, which meant I was near stairs. I lifted my foot and blindly felt for the steps, slowly making my way up them until I came in contact with another wall in front of me. It had to be a door. Even though I knew it was probably useless to try, I began to bang on the door calling for help. Help! Someone please help me. I didn't understand this anymore and I didn't want to. That fact that creepypastas and proxies were real was enough for me to focus more on wanting to get as far away as possible. But why Hoodie? Why was Hoodie keeping me? I mean, first he chases me, kills my best friend, and then he saves me from the other proxy nurse and that was not proxy behavior, or was he just trying to play some sick twisted mind game with me? When I stopped to take a breath, I pressed my ear to the door to see if I could hear anything. There was mumbling coming through the door, although I could not discern what was being said. I gritted my teeth in anger. The bastard was out there listening to me. He was probably enjoying my pitiful begging for help. Well, instead of wasting my breath yelling for help that would probably never come, how about I talk to him directly? You fucking bastard, I know you're out there. If it wasn't for the golden glow that emanated from the source, I would not have noticed the thin golden strings that were sneaking under the door. They were reaching for me and on instinct I jumped back unthinkingly. Oh, shit. I cursed from surprise and from the realization that once again I was going to be falling down some stairs. I saw the golden strings disappear just as I hit the floor. I landed roughly on my right arm, squishing it in its sling. I groaned at the pain and rolled off, bring my left arm up to cradle it. If I get out of this, I have a feeling my doctor is going to very upset with how I have been treating my arm. I picked myself up and backed up so that I could find the wall again. At least that was what I was expecting, before something wrapped around my arm. I froze, my heartbeat already rocketing up. I took a few deep breaths and focused on the gripping sensation on my arm. Yup. That felt like a hand around my left arm. I wanted to pull my arm away. I really did. But my body was responding to what my brain was telling it. I felt myself start to hyperventilate. However, all the air left me, at the feeling of something petting my head, like one would a pet, or an upset child. White noise filled my ears first before my vision was overtaken, a static field of whites, grays, and black, shooting pain inside my head. And yet, I could not bring a sound to escape my lips, and whoever was touching me, was still gripping my arm and petting my head. Time suddenly seemed to have slowed down. I felt movement behind me and something gradually came into my vision from above, like maybe whoever had a hold of me was very tall and had to lean down. My eyes watched unblinking, from fear, surprise, or was I just unable to blink them, I don't know, as my brain tried to process what was looking back at me. Everything around me glitched out, including the figure that was leaning over me and looking me in the eyes upside down. No, it wasn't looking, it couldn't look. There were no eyes. There was no face. There was no face. Hoodie's POV. I sat cross-legged on the floor watching the old basement door. I had Adam stored away in there, until I could continue my hunt without further interruptions. I knew what they were trying to do. This was a test from Slendy, but I couldn't be sure if it was the same one as Maskey's. This plot twist had me stupidly second-guessing what to do with my prey, and I hated it. I always killed my prey, and already Adam was living past his expiration date. I needed to remedy that, yet my motivation was disintegrating into irritation, and I could feel myself feeling angry. I did not like that. I did not like feeling at all. So, they wanted to play with what was mine, and Slenderman was just going to let them? What was Slendy hoping to see from me by allowing Sally to lead my prey astray, or to let nurse and tamper with his health? If I had been a second later, that arm would have been gone. I was beginning to understand Maskey's dilemma. Something seemed to be overtaking my judgment calls when it came to Adam. Hence the reason why I had him in the basement. I had prepared in advance. If I couldn't bring myself to end his life, then I would find a loophole and destroy his mind, but I would do it without the Slender Sickness's help. Slenderman believed I still had a touch of humanity within me. I proved that theory wrong. Help. Someone please help me. Adam pleaded. I tilted my head, unamused by his attempts. Knowing he was in a proxy's territory, certainly the idiot knew there was no one around to hear his calls for help. Well, no one who would actually help him anyway. He sounds very lively for a victim. Puppeteer said, walking up to stand beside and dropping to the floor, crossing his legs, copying my posture. I thought you were going to kill him, he said, flashing a golden smile. Hard to kill someone in peace when I'm being interrupted every time, I said, unaffected by his presence. It had become clear that everyone was just going to pester me non-stop, expecting me to follow Maskey's decision and let Adam live. You fucking bastard, I know you're out there. Adam raged behind the door, letting us know that he could hear us talking. But we were talking in low tones, so I was confident that he could hear anything above a mumble. Want me to do it? Puppeteer offered, letting golden strings slip from the tip of his finger and slipping them under the door. Oh shit. Loud thumping was heard from behind the door at the exclamation, signaling that Adam had blindly went to run down the stairs and fell down the stairs, just to avoid the golden strings. Oops. Puppeteer chuckled, clearly not sorry. No. I am not like Maskey. Adam will not leave here alive, I said, mentally sighing. I was getting tired of telling everyone this. Why was it so hard to believe that I could deny my human morals a second time? I had conceded to the fact that there was something building inside me, and I did not know what it was and how to release it just yet. And how was I supposed to figure it out when everyone kept pestering me? At least Maskey had the good sense to stay away. Why are you here anyway? I asked, wanting him to get his business over with and leave. A bunch of us is going to Mount Massive, Slendy said. He can feel something taking shape. We're going to go check it out. Want to come? No one will mess with your pet, he said, getting to his feet. I looked up at him unimpressed. Mount Massive. I have visited there already. There was nothing of great significance to me about the project going on there. Just a bunch of idiot scientists who were trying to delve into something they had no business messing with. I mean, seriously, what good could come from experimenting on insane people? Sooner or later, everything was going to backfire on them. And if Slendy was sending out a scouting group, it must be very close for those pests to reap what they had sowed. No, I will stay here, I declined. Besides, I don't trust any of you to leave my prey to suffer on his own, I added bluntly. Puppeteer put on a mischievous grin and rubbed the back of his neck. Ouch. Sorry Sally, but it's a no-go, he said over his shoulder, where Sally was peeking out from behind a corner. Aw, but Hoodie, we want to play with him, she whined, holding out Mr. D so that I would know that she was including him. The answer is no, I said, crossing my arms. He's not a toy, I added. causing Puppeteer to chuckle, before stifling it with his hand, when I turned my head to face him. Sally pouted. "Why don't you go find one of your own to play with?" I suggested. "I don't know where to start looking. Besides, you and Masky are the only ones to keep a prey alive for so long," she said, pocking out her lips. "Then how about you accompany the others to Mount Massive?" I look and Puppeteer signaling him to step in. "Yeah, Sally. LJ isn't going, so there's no way for him to play pranks on you. You'll have fun," he said, ushering her out the door with him. Finally leaving me in peace. I turned back to the basement door. Adam had yet to return to banging and cursing. He probably hit his head again. Oh, well. Getting up, I went to the kitchen, just as Masky arrived with food. I was not in the mood to return to the mansion just yet and decided that until Adam was dead, I would be staying here. Masky said nothing. No questions concerning my prey, and I was grateful for his silence. Sometimes it was good to get away from the mansion. Maybe that was why Slenderman knew Masky had need a pet, but it didn't explain why I was going through the same thing. I didn't need anything to care about. I just needed to be the perfect proxy. You know there is no such thing as a perfect proxy, right, Hoodie? Masky said, deciding to be the first to break the silence. Then I will be the first, I said. Yeah, but most of us were all human to begin with. It's almost impossible to lock something away that was once the very center of our being. Masky retorted, pulling a sandwich out of the 3 bag he had brought with him. But I will. Emotions get in the way. I took the sandwich from his hand, slipping my mask sideways so I could eat it. Like now. He pointed out. I feel nothing for my prey, I said. Going for another bite of the sandwich. No. That is not what I was referring to. You feel that me and you are friends, and while you know I would not do anything to truly hurt you, you also trust that I would never betray you, he said. I look at him, past the feminine mask that he wore. Before it hit me, my knees buckled underneath me. Masky caught my slumping form. Bastard, I growled. You did the same to me. Just returning the favor, I heard him say. My head drooping sideways, as he fixed my mask back on right. At the edge of my vision I could see the basement door open and Slenderman walking out. This was planned. Slenderman's POV. Hoodie had locked his prey in the basement, after reacquiring him from Sally and Nurse N. Hoodie had modified this basement a long time ago, not willing to give his victims the chance to harm themselves or him until his was ready. Masky had jumped at the opportunity to help end Hoodie's and the child's suffering. Hoodie had no doubt stashed the boy in here to calm himself and bring himself to end the child. Puppeteer had decided to invite Hoodie along on their trip to Mount Massive, for their daily scope of the place. I had no doubt that Hoodie would decline the offer. I watching in silence as the child blindly felt his way to the stairs and totty door, before starting to bang and curse, out of desperation. When he moved to avoid the puppeteer's strings, I made no move to stop his fall. He believed he was alone in here. I would let him believe that for a little while longer, at least until Masky arrived. When I felt Masky enter the house did I finally grab the boy's upper left arm, to hold him in place. I felt his body tense of that of startled animal. My hold was not rough, or tight, in fact he could yank out of it, if he so wanted. But his fear kept him from moving. Fear was paralyzing him from even breathing correctly. I watched for a moment as he tried to get his lungs to work but was working himself into hyperventilating. Not wanting to be the one to kill Hoodie's prey by accident, I started petting his head, like I would do with Sally whenever she would dream about that day in the park. As soon as I started, the child stopped breathing. Well, I guess a response at least. As I was petting, I cancelled out the pill that Hoodie had given the child. It would make everything speed up, and push Hoodie to a decision. I began to lean down over him so that I could get a look at his face. It was not my goal to kill him, and I needed to check to make sure that the slender sickness was indeed doing its job. The child's eyes were wide open and widened even more when he saw my face, but he was unable to do anything. Still stuck in that paralyzing fear that seemed to strike anyone who sees me. I stopped my petting when his eyes began to droop, and uses one of my tentacles to pick him up when I was sure the darkness had claimed him. I took him with me up the stairs and opened the door to the basement, which had been locked for the boy, but was now unlocked for me. Masky had already incapacitated Hoodie and was lowering him to the floor. "Everything is all set," Masky said, nodding his head over to the bags he had brought under the guise of food. I nodded, grabbing one of the bags on my way out of the door. Waiting only a moment for Masky to follow with Hoodie draped on his back. It was like déjà vu all over again, as I remember taking a similar stroll with Hoodie, while Masky was draped over his back. Masky was probably still pissed about that, and that was probably the reason why he agreed to help. The very action alone show how human they both could be at times. I tilted my head in thought as I lead Masky to where I wanted both the child and Hoodie. Hoodie was not allowed back until he could come to terms with his human side. "Well, I'm sure he is going to be royally pissed once he wakes up," Masky said. I nodded in agreement, remembering how Hoodie had said the same about Masky. I was now curious if Hoodie would make the same choice as Masky. Exactly how different were my two most faithful? This child will tell me everything. He will test Hoodie. And he will let Hoodie accept what was left of his human morals. Chapter 9. Adam's POV. I honestly really didn't want to wake up anymore. Death had to be more peaceful than this. My arm hurt and was probably damaged past the point of no return. My head felt it was constantly taking a hammer due to the white noise I kept hearing from the slender sickness that was mentioned, so that there also concluded that I was royally fucked. So, why was I alive? That creature I had seen in the darkness of that room. Was that the infamous internet legend Slenderman, or was I just beginning to hallucinate now? I opened my eyes, trying to escape my own depressing thoughts, and stared at the night sky. Was that a see-through ceiling? I let my eyes roam around, moving my head from side to side, look at my surrounding, not willing to move my body anymore. Where was I now? I was surrounded by bushes and trees that looked normal. I sat up slowly, unbelieving. Was this that biodome place? Why was I here? I looked at my arm right to find it still in its sling. My one way of confirming that everything that I have experienced was not just a nightmare. "So you're up." I flinch at the sudden sound of someone speaking, my head whipping around to find said person who spoke. My eyes landed on a guy who didn't look that much older than me, with disheveled chestnut color hair and hazel eyes. He wore a black t-shirt and jeans. He looked normal, but after the hell I have been through, I was not about to trust his presence just yet. "And just who in the hell are you?" I asked, breathing out heavily as I tried to compose myself. "Don't trust anything." My eyes bounced off of everything around us. Everything looked normal. But it could be a trick. He stared at me with his hazel-colored eyes, but said nothing. Honestly, if I wasn't on guard right now, this guy totally looked like my type. He looked like he was 2 years older than me too, which was good. I liked guys that were a bit older than me. I wasn't about to be the one to break the silence. I had asked a question, and for once I wanted an answer. Although I kind of felt bad projecting my anger and distrust onto someone I don't even know, or even know his name yet. "You've been out for a while. I awoke a little before you. We are in the biodomes. We are locked in," he finally said, but he did not answer my question. There was a note on the door. He tossed a wadded up piece of paper at me, which hit me in the chest and fell into my lap. I unwadded the paper to see what it said. "Child, you are to be kept here until I am satisfied with the results. Choose carefully, for you could never leave here alive should you choose wrong." No memory in required. Time is of the essence here, so I advise you not to dawdle. S. I rubbed at my temple, my head was really starting to hurt and the white noise was starting to become more in time with my pulse, but that could well be my imagination. I looked at my companion who stood before me at the moment. He could be in the same situation as me, so I shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. I mean, he looked like he didn't want to be here any more than I did. He looked in good shape. I couldn't say the same for myself, I was down an arm. But still, maybe we could work together to get out of here. However, I had to be sure that he wasn't a creepypasta. How did I get here? I asked, not taking my eyes off of him. I don't know. I awoke here too, he said, with a shrug of his shoulder. He looked and sounded a whole lot calmer than what I felt. So, that could mean that he's a freshly caught victim then. Was I put with him to try and scare him then? So you don't know what's going on? I asked. He answered me with a shrug of his shoulder. Are you going to stay sitting on the ground all day or are you planning on standing sometime soon? He asked. I don't know. I might feel inclined to move if I knew who I was talking to. I said, a little snippy. I mean, come on dude, that was the first thing I asked you. He stared again, before speaking. Brian. He said. Well, Brian, my name is Adam. I said, finally starting to get to my feet. And if you're not one of the bastard that brought me here, then how about we work together? Did you see anything else in here that could give us a clue, while you were waiting for me to wake up? I asked, dusting off the seat of my pants. He tilted his head, humming slightly as if in thought. There is a clock counting down from 24 hours. 24 hours? What's supposed to happen after 24 hours? I asked, looking around. Now that I was standing, maybe I would be able to see something else. He shrugged again and crossed his arms. I couldn't tell if he just refused to answer me or if he actually didn't know. I knew I couldn't trust that note that he had found it while I was out, and the reason it was wadded up was because of him. But still, why would I be brought back to my town and left in the biodomes with this guy? I eyed him up and down again. He looked normal. Shaking my head, groaning, and rubbed my temples, due to the slender sickness acting up, even though what I really wanted to do was to crumple back down onto the ground and wallow in the pain until it passed again, but I did not want to appear weak in front of someone I didn't know. I still wasn't sure if I could trust this situation yet. Plus, it was kind of freaking me out with all the staring he was doing. Okay, so did you at least attempt to find a way out? 'Cause dude, any other person would have done that first and left the stranger if they had found said exit. I said, looking at my hands at the feeling of wetness on them. I let my hands drop and began rubbing them against the fabric of my cloth. I knew that was a bad sign, but I didn't want to draw attention to the severity of my condition. The door seems to have been boarded up. It looked like they had been broken into at one point. I cannot remove the boards by myself, Brian said, turning and walking away, to what I supposed was the doors that he was talking about. I followed, keeping close to him, doing my best to keep an eye on him and my surrounding. It wouldn't surprise me if there was proxy somewhere watching and waiting to attack us at the right moment. In case that happened, it would be more beneficial to me to stay near this guy who seemed to be in perfect condition to win in a fight. Now that I was thinking about it. How did they get you? I blurted out. How did who get me? He asked, not looking back at me. I wiped at my ears again, at feeling the blood leaking out. You know, the ones who put you here, I said, being more specific. I was tricked by a friend of mine to be here, he said, after a few beats of silence. You're here as a prank? I said, unbelieving. Had I assumed wrong? Yes. He confirmed. Wait, so you weren't kidnapped by internet legends known as Creepypastas PR proxies? I pushed, still not believing the words that were leaving his mouth. I grimaced with a grunt as the white noise sounded and echoed in my head. He stopped and turned to look at me, with a tilt of his head. I almost ran into him, I was so distracted by the pain in my head. Oh great, now he probably thought I was insane. I mean. Of course that would be impossible. Ha! Just ignore me and my rambling. I said, quickly. I will ignore you then. He said, turning away from me and resuming to walk. I decided to keep my mouth shut for the rest of the way. When we reached the door that he had mentioned, I found myself staring at a broken digital clock that was hanging above the doors, with dull yellow-looking numbers on it that were stuck at 19 hours 35 minutes and 4 seconds. I suddenly got the feeling of déjà vu. Do you really think it was counting down, when it was working? I asked absent-mindedly. Probably. Brian mumbled, not waiting for me, as he began pulling at the boards that were closing off the door and preventing us from leaving. It didn't take Brian long to get the board he was pulling on to start moving a little. You going to stare or help? He grunted, not stopping in his work. Yeah, I said, stepping up to the door and gripping the edge of the board as best I could, like Brian was doing. Needless to say, it was hard to do with one arm. Especially when said arm was not my dominant arm. I grunted as I pulled, hoping that the board would budge, like it was for Brian. Sadly, I had to stop every couple of minutes to rest, or to let the slender sickness pass. It didn't escape my notice either that Brian would pause to look my way when he noticed that I had stopped, but he never said anything. Go sit down. Brian finally said, after seeing me stop and bending over my knees for the 6th time. I look up at him, about to object his obvious order. I could help. You are useless to me, further damaged. He said, before I could say anything. My mouth gaped open at hearing his statement. I have never been one to give up, that easy, even if I was sick, or hurt, but then I have never been this kind of hurt before. And I could not ignore the fact that my condition was no help to either of us. Brian would be making better time with me out of the way. Not wanting to anger the one who I was going to have to lean on to get out of here, I sat down and watched him work on pulling the boards apart. Adam. I looked around at the sound of my name. That was a girl's voice that I heard. No, not just anyone, that was Amy's voice. I looked toward the trees and bushes where the shade was darker. The darkness within the shade started reaching out toward me. Amy. I mumbled under my breath, my eyes jumping from the moving darkness to Brian, who didn't seem to hear her like I had. He was still working and making good progress with the boards. Come Adam, Amy's voice beckoned. I shook my head, trying clear it as the slender sickness started acting up again, filling my head with white noise and pain. The darkness crept toward me and soon engulfed me. I could not make my body move as everything around me disappeared in the inky darkness. I wanted to move, I wanted to warn Brian about the slender sickness now, in case he was experiencing the same. To call out to him to make sure the darkness didn't actually swallow him. I want you. At those words I jumped to my feet when I felt something touch me. Turning in a full circle and seeing nothing. Who touched me? I demanded. I did. The darkness answered, close to my ears. Brian? I asked, hoping to prove to myself that it was just the slender sickness messing with my head, and Brian was the one speaking to me. No, come with me. Darkness wrapped around my left wrist and pulled me forward into itself. No. This isn't real. Let me go. I yanked, trying to free myself from it. Don't struggle. The darkness echoed. You are not strong enough. The hell I am. I spat, not wanting to admit defeat. Something was telling me that if I admitted defeat, then I wasn't going to be able to escape this darkness. I wouldn't make it out of this alive, but then what did I have to look forward to after all this? If I got out of this, I had no doubt that I would be handicapped. As the thought crossed my mind, I barely noticed that I had stopped resisting the darkness as it led me deeper into it. My future had been drastically altered as soon as I was kidnapped, by a proxy, and now that I was really thinking about it, I don't remember hearing any stories of people surviving an encounter with a creepypasta. Adam, it was calling my name again. Adam, Adam, no. I stopped moving, analyzing what I was hearing. The voice calling was starting to sound different. Adam, are you still here? I blinked my eyes slowly, the white noise turning up in volume in my head bring a massive headache with it. You are already dead, it echoed. Hoodie's POV. I should have seen this coming. Of course Masky would still be pissed about by that trick me and Slendy pulled on him. They even went as far as to take my hoodie, gloves, and mask. So, they have obviously decided that I should hide my identity from Adam any longer, even though I highly doubt that he would remember our first encounter. That night had shown mercy and given him one of Slendy's pills, that would remove any and all memory pertaining to me, a pill given mostly to non-prey. My only question was, why they had chosen to bring us back to the biodomes. Adam followed close enough behind me, to signify to me that he was nervous and scared and was seeking protection. But that he also didn't trust me, didn't trust Brian. I found that smart of Adam, as useless as it was. During the time in which I had awoken before him, I had been able to examine him closely. He looked paler than when we had first met. That could be due to the slender sickness and the pain that he was constantly in. I don't remember Masky's deteriorating as fast as Adam was. I tilted my head slightly in thought. I guess that meant that I was going to have to speed up my time with Adam. The thought was kind of disappointing. Adam still confused me, but his fear and anxiety was so delicious. We were almost at the door when Adam finally decided to break the silence around us. How did they get you? I didn't plan on answering his question, so I asked him a question in return. How did who get me? I asked. You know, the ones who put you here. He said, being specific without revealing that he was talking about legends that should not exist. He was trying to see if I knew what he knew. I was tricked by a friend of mine. He put me here. I answered after deciding to give him a small bit of truth, just to see his reaction. You're here because of a prank? He asked disbelievingly. Yes. I confirmed. Wait, so you weren't kidnapped by internet legends known as Creepypastas PR proxies? He asked, grunting as his slender sickness flared again. I stopped and looked back at him, not liking that he was already bleeding from his ears. He almost ran into me, he was so distracted. I mean. Of course that would be impossible. Ha! Just ignore me and my rambling. He said, trying to cover up his slip of the tongue. I will ignore you then, I said, having enough of his rambling for now. The both of us staying quiet until we spotted the door. Adam looked up at the broken clock and once again broke the silence between us. Do you think it was really counting down, when it was working? He asked. I didn't wait for Adam as I went straight to work on the boards. Probably. I mumbled on my way, not wanting him to remember our first meeting. I had to hold back as I pulled on the boards, and soon requested Adam to at least attempt to help. You going to stare or help? Yeah, he began pulling with his one good arm. The board of which he was pulling not budging an inch. I let him try a couple of times, personally letting the slender sickness spike, to try and give him a reason to sit back down. When it was clear he wasn't going to give up, I sent him away myself. Go sit down. He was going to object, but I didn't give him time to. You are useless to me, further damaged. I said in a growl. His mouth gaped open at my statement, obviously not used to someone calling him useless, and possible hurt at the allegation. But he did not argue. He went and sat on the grass and watched as I did all the work. At some point, however, he looked away and off into the tree. Amy. He mumbled, causing me to look his way. when I had only one more board to pull off. He was still thinking about the hack after I killed her to get her out of my way. He should really be more focused on me and what I could do to him, while he was defenseless. After all, I was playing with him now. I stopped my work and watched him. He was looking around, but his eyes were distant. He was under the influence of the slender sickness. I felt a little satisfied that he was suffering as he mentioned her. I watched as his eyes finally settled on me, and began to widen in horror at what he was seeing. I hoped that he was seeing me as I was, as Hoodie. I tilted my head when he jumped to his feet, his startled eyes following something I could not see, to stare in the opposite direction. Every hallucination was different for each victim. The way Adam was acting had me curious to what he was seeing. I was very intrigued. What would a person who was never to meet us see? He jerked away from something only his eye could see and spun in a circle. "Who touched me?" he demanded, his voice a delightfully frightened tremble in it. "Brian?" he asked, not even looking in my direction, hoping that it was I who touched him. I said nothing to ease his fear. I debated on his condition at this point. Blood was already running from his nose and ears, although he barely noticed it. He probably wouldn't notice his deteriorating condition until this episode passes. It seemed like it was going to be a long one. I hummed mostly to myself. He looked to be in the same condition as Maskey's. Was Adam breaking faster? Getting rid of the final board on blocking our exit, I grabbed his wrist and dragged him with me out the door. It was time for us to go. "No. This isn't real. Let me go." He yanked in my grip, my silence and continuance to pull him along, enhancing the slender sickness hallucination that he was experiencing, by ignoring his struggles. "Don't struggle, you are not strong enough to fight me and the slender sickness," I mumbled, not really expecting him to hear me. "The hell I am." He spat, redoubling his efforts and clawing at my grip. Seeing his fight and struggle brought an odd twitch to my lips as I watched. He was not going to break without a fight. LJ was right, Adam was feisty. But even someone with a lot of fight had a breaking point. The blood leaking from his ears were proof enough that Adam was close to his. Such a shame, really. I was starting to enjoy his constant struggle. I was starting to realize the draw to someone weaker than me. This was why I was a proxy. This was why Maskey had held on to his humanity, his emotions. Adam was fun. I felt my lips pull into a smile for the first time in forever, as the realization hit me. Well, why not enjoy his last hour with him? I'd say he earned it. Wouldn't you say? Slenderman's POV. "The hell? Is he smiling?" Jeff asked, unbelieving. "I do believe he is," Ben answered. "Don't worry, Jeffrey, his smile cannot compare to yours," LJ said. Maskey and I did not commentate on Hoodie's smile. The five of us were safely out of sight using this interesting museum's, or biodome security camera to watch the two. They were the only ones that had decided to not go to Mount Massive with the other proxies. Hoodie was pulling the struggling boy down the corridors, paying no heed to the child's struggles to get freed. Seeing the child's condition, I gave him only a couple of hours before he fully succumbed. "So, you think he is starting to understand now?" Maskey asked. I nodded my head and flipped the screen off when the two exited the building. I was pleased with how everything was turning out. It was very fun to watch. I was almost sad the Hoodie was going to have to put an end to this show soon. But like every good story, an ending had to follow after a climax. Chapter 10. Adam's POV. "I'm not dead. I'm not dead. This isn't death. This is hell," I mumbled, no longer trying to get away from the darkness. I had stopped walking at some point and was sitting on a solid mass, that I tried to convince myself wasn't a pile of bodies. This voice that was talking to me had stopped and the only thing I could hear was the constant static sound of the white noise. "I'm a good person. I don't deserve this. What did I ever do to deserve this?" Maybe you did nothing at all. I looked up at the voice. Amy stepped out of the darkness. She had blood on her face where she had been shot. My breath hitched in my throat at the sight of her. Adam. My mouth gaped open, but nothing came out, not even air. I didn't know what I wanted to do more, breathe, scream, or pass out, for the shock. You can't be here. I finally settled on, surprising myself. But I am, and so are you. She answered, taking a slow step toward me. I stayed rooted where I was, trying to remind myself this wasn't real. That none of this was real. She stared at me with dead eye that were so unlike her, as her slow steps placed her right before me. Slowly and wordlessly she reached for my hand, lacing her fingers through mine, just like when we were kids. I'm dead, aren't I? I asked, wanting her to confirm it, before I went crazy from this roller coaster ride. No. She answered after staying silent. A breath of air escaped me in a form of a sigh at her words. But you are close. She lifted her head, and looked around the darkness as if there was someone else there with us. I looked with her, but saw nothing. However, after everything that has happened, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something else in the darkness besides my dead best friend. You must decide what you want, Adam, only you can choose. I stared at her in silence, digesting what she was saying. In truth, I knew that she was a figment of my mind, to try and cope with the trauma, to try and find comfort, where there was none. I want to go home. I want all this to be a nightmare. I said in a begging tone. Maybe if I pleaded with this version of my friend I would wake in my bed. Whatever I did to deserve all this. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry you died. I'm sorry I'm gay. That I'm not the best son. Or the smartest person that I could be. That I don't like certain foods. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I ranted, tears escaping my eyes, revealing just how broken this whole situation had made me. She stared silently at me, as if letting me rant at her, like we used to do when one of us needed someone to listen. Maybe you did nothing to deserve this, maybe you were in the wrong place at the right time, maybe you were chosen. She said, once I had finished. Chosen? I asked, confused by her choice of words. You are a very emotional person, you are a very likable person. She said. I gaped at her. I'm going through hell because I'm a good person. I bellowed. When she nodded, I suddenly felt pissed off. What the hell? I was interrupted by a sudden surge of static that felt like it was going to crush my brain. I had to close my eyes and grab my head, lest my head tried to explode on me. You still with me? My eyes snapped open at the new voice, revealing Brian. He was standing in front of me, giving me a quizzical look, as he held my wallet in his hands. I did a quick look around, noticing we were no longer in the biodomes. We were standing in the middle of the sidewalk. Where are we? I asked. Outside. I just noticed you were acting strange. Brian said. Glancing back to my wallet. Give me that. I snapped, snatching back my wallet, looking through it to make sure nothing was missing. You live near here? He stated. Yeah. So? You shouldn't just pickpocket someone like that. I snapped. I thought I was going to have to take you to the hospital. I was looking for you information. He said, unfazed and seemingly uncaring. I don't even know you. I pointed out. You look like you need help. He countered, the edges of his mouth quirking up as if in a half smile, but his eyes did not share the action. In fact, it made the half smile scary. I took a half a step back from him. How nice of you, I said, mentally wincing at how unconvincing it sounded. But I don't know you. I pointed out again. But you do need help, don't you? Brian said. You said something about internet legends, about creepypastas. I resisted to grab my head as the white noise flickered to life in my head, as if reminding me that I did indeed need help, but there was probably nothing Brian could do for me, except take to the authorities, where I would tell them my tale and then get myself thrown in an asylum. I hated this. I did nothing to deserve this. My eyes bounced around, not focusing on anything as the white noise got louder and louder. I finally rested my eye on Brian once again. He seemed normal, but then there was also something about him causing my fight or flight instinct to flare, and it confused me even more. "I don't know if I want your help," I finally said, when the white noise passed. I should trust my instincts, that seemed like the best way to go. Brian made no reaction to my words. In fact, his half smile seemed to grow. "Then I will stay until you ask," he said, moving to the side in gesture for me to lead the way. "Where do you want to go?" I swallowed the lump that had formed in my throat. I decided to take back what I said about Brian being normal. Normal people don't warm up that quickly to strangers. No one would stay that friendly to someone like me who told them internet legends creepypastas were real. Normal people would run from once they heard that in get away from the weirdo sort of way. But what was I going to so? He knew where I lived now, and I wasn't about to go to my parents' house or to any of my friends. He could follow me if he wanted to. For all I know, he could be one of those people who like to stalk other people. As I stood there contemplating, Brian stood there patiently, for me to start moving. Slowly, I started walking. Brian couldn't be as bad as those proxies from those woods. Brian wasn't a supernatural serial killer. Now Brian could be a normal serial killer. After everything I have seen, that didn't sound so scary anymore. I was slowly walking home. I needed to be around something familiar. Whether that meant Brian coming along, well, I knew where all potential weapons in my home was, if I needed them. I kept looking over my shoulder every few minutes, just to see if he was still following me, and with every step that led me home, it felt like rocks were in my gut knowing that he was still following me. It seemed like every time I slowed down, the pain and white noise would start back up, like it was pushing me forward, if that made any sense, and I would swear during an episode one caught Brian smirking his weird half smirk that never reached his eye. "You're very jumpy." He finally broke the silence. "You are scared of me," he stated, and God, if his voice wasn't so monotoned, I would swear I could hear satisfaction in his voice. I hunched my shoulders slightly at his voice, feeling uneasy by the second. Seriously, why was this guy so intent on following me? I didn't answer his question. I stayed silent, and he let me be. I felt a surge of different emotions when my home came into view: relief, dread, excitement, and worry. The surge of mixed emotions caused the white noise to start up again, even though it had just left me. I stopped at my front door and looked briefly back to Brian. Everything in my body was telling me, despite his appearance, there was something off about him. "Should I be scared of you?" I finally asked. He tilted his head. He sighed in thought as the forced smirk he had been wearing this whole time vanished. "I don't know," he answered, reaching past me and twisting the knob on the front door. I heard something inside the door squeak slightly and then snapped, as if by him doing that, broke the lock within it. He pushed my door open, and I tried to tell myself that I had simply forgot to lock my door. That Brian could not have broke the lock by just twisting the handle. It was easier for me to continue to walk inside my home with that thought, instead of believing what my eyes and ears were telling me. I did not turn around at the sound of my door closing, but I noticed that Brian had not moved away from the door either. He was watching me. We stood there for a minute, before the silence was broken by me gasping for breath as another wave of white noise pounded against my skull. "You're bleeding," he pointed out, when the episode had passed, almost like he knew when it passed. Yeah, I rubbed my hands against my nose and ears, because they have been itching for a while, and I was too busy watching Brian that I ignored it until now. My heartbeat sped up a notch when my hands came away with blood. My nose and ears. That definitely wasn't good. Excuse me, I said, quickly, running for the bathroom. Hoodie's POV. My time was running short with him, but oh, was it thrilling. I could see him trying to piece things together. I had tried to minimize the amount of times the slender sickness affected him trying to buy us more time, but even we proxies had limit to how much we could control the sickness. At the sound of the door closing Tati bathroom, I began walking around his home. I had not bothered the last time to even examine the place of which my prey lived in. And since Adam was special, I wanted to know a little more. I usually don't take interests in my prey, but if Slender was so keen on me doing so, then I shall. I was positive Slenderman wouldn't let me kill him otherwise. And I was not about to forfeit over Adam just yet. The first area I examined was the family room. It wasn't much to look at, however. A sofa and lazy boy chair seemed to be the only furniture that sat close to a television set that was hooked up to a PS4, that could only mean he liked to play games. I wonder if he has enjoyed my game. Moving on, I went to his kitchen, and was immediately greeted by the yellow hoodie that I had left during my first encounter with Adam, draped on the back of a kitchen chair. He had kept it? Something began bubbling inside my chest and I absent-mindedly clawed my nails into my shirt to try and make it go away. So what if he had kept it? I snatched it off the chair's back and slipped it on. I paused midway, however, and sniffed the scent coming off it. It smelled like him. Growling slightly, I finished slipping the hoodie back on. Now if only I had my mask, then I would feel more comfortable and more myself. Before continuing, I pulled the front of my hoodie close to my face and took another deep sniff again. Frustrated, I decided Adam had enough alone time. It was time to continue our time together. I had noticed halfway through my inspection of his home that Adam had left the bathroom and went into his room, and so I silently made my way to his door. I could hear him moving around. It sounded like he was panicking. Interested, I listened. No. 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 How did this get here? This can't be here. He was saying in a silent yell, intending for me to not hear. I knew it. That proxy is playing with me. And I bet Brian is in on this. I need to just kick him out. I silently laughed, amused. I haven't felt so much joy in a long time. Adam really was strengthening something within me. I hated feeling. I didn't like feeling these feelings. However, I loved it when my prey was smart. It made the moment so enjoyable. Too bad. Everything was coming to an end soon. Oh, you poor boy. A new voice said, from within the room, and I did not suppress the growl of annoyance that escaped me, for I knew who this was. How dare she follow us to my prey's home? Adam's POV. When I had entered my bathroom, my mirror immediately confirmed what I had already knew. I was bleeding in much the same way as Amy, and there wasn't anything I could do. I tried to wipe it all away and the blood would stop for a moment, but then start up again. I finally had enough, and as quietly as I could made my way to my bedroom. I could see my uninvited guests scoping out my house, but I had more important things to worry about. I closed and locked my door, and despite the constant pain in my head, I tried to take a relaxing breath. Only for it to be ruined at the sight of the one thing I never wanted to see again. That damn mask, that hoodie wore. No. 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 How did this get here? This can't be here. I knew it. That proxy is playing with me. And I bet Brian is in on this. I need to just kick him out. I don't. When I started lumping my uninvited guest in with the proxies, honestly, I think it was just my instincts telling me so. And I wasn't about to question my instincts anymore. Oh, you poor boy. A voice cooed, stopping my panicking rant. Causing me to look toward my window, that was now wide open. Nurse Ann was standing in my room. Look at you. You're so confused you don't know what to do. I immediately swung around ready to open my door only to find Nurse Anne's hand already on it keeping it closed. "And where are you going in such a hurry?" she asked, her tone mocking. "I will scream. And someone will hear and call the cops," I threatened, even though I knew it was the wimpiest threat in existence. "Are you talking about your little boyfriend out there?" she practically sneered. "I wish he would come in here. I would love to break all the illusions that have been cast and take as my prey," she said gleefully. I moved away from her, not really comprehending what she was saying. "What are you talking about?" I asked, groaning when the white noise and pain intensified. She stalked closer. "First I would heal you, then I would chase you, and when I would catch you, I would then end you, chopping you up piece by piece. With each step she took I would take a step back until my knees hit my bed and I fell on top it. Oh, doesn't that just sound so delightfully fun?" she gushed, leaning over me, her leather-gloved hand caressing my injured arm almost lovingly. My breath hitched in my chest as I lost the power to move to fear once more. She hummed in delight and leaned in closer to me, until my bedroom door flew off its hinges. "Get out!" Brian growled, obviously not fazed about the leather-clad nurse in my room. It was that alone that had me deciding that he was part of this all along. "He is my prey," he stated, walking up to her and viciously grabbing her hair and pulling her away from me. Nurse Anne slammed into my dresser, releasing an angry scoff, as she glared daggers at Brian. "You and Masky always get to choose who you kill. I think it's time you share," she screeched, the end lunging at Brian and colliding them both into my closet, which stood wide open. Thinking quickly, I jumped from my bed and slammed the door shut before they both had a chance to reorient themselves, kicking my nightstand in front of the door to lock them in for the moment. I forced myself to not pay attention to the white noise even though it only made me want to throw up. I made a quick beeline for the closest exit I could think of, which just happened to be the back door to the house. I pushed myself harder to run when I heard the clear sounds of wood splintering, signaling that they had effectively destroyed my closet door. But no way was I stopping to see if they were still fighting each other. I ran to my closest neighbor's house and banged on the door desperately, praying and begging to whatever deity was listening to please let someone be home. After 30 seconds the door seemed to give way to my pounding and immediately threw myself in, slamming the door shut and locking it. "Call the cops? Call someone quick!" I demanded, only to shut up when I noticed the person who had let me in was wearing a feminine mask and a tan jacket. I was in the presence of Masky. I went to rip the door off its hinges to get way, only to instead start using it as a support to hold myself up as the white noise decided this was the best time to cripple me. I felt Masky's hand grip the back of my shirt and drag my behind him, letting me trip over my own feet as I tried to stay upright. Passing through the family room revealed to me what had happened to my neighbors. Masky had killed them. With the white noise calming down, I began trying to fight against Maxie's hold, and coming up with nothing to show for, except the irritated sounding sigh that he released due to my efforts. "Let me go. Let me go," I demanded, pleading, as Masky pulled me out the back door of my neighbor's house. I noticed he was taking me back to my house. I was being taken back to my house? But why? My struggles lessened some and Masky noticed, and as a response, he slowed down his pace. In the distance we could hear Nurse Anne and Hoodie still fighting. Masky pulled me into my house, only letting go of my shirt when he pushed me onto the couch in my living room. I watched as he backed up from and stared at me for a good few minutes with his head tilted. I honestly didn't know what to say. From experience, I already knew pleading was going to do me no good. "Stop shivering in fear. You are making me want to kill you," he mumbled out. My breathing had been coming out very fast, and at his words I tried to slow it. "So, you don't want to kill me?" I asked hopefully. "You are not mine to kill. You and Hoodie must choose. For you cannot stay here. You are too broken to stay," he said, stuffing his hands in his pockets. And you have nowhere else to run. I groan at another wave of white noise. Just make it all stop. I begged. What the hell do you all want? I want nothing from you. Hoodie, however, is another story. Masky stated. Besides, I think you are already hoodies anyway. He gestured to my left hand. Looking at my own hand, I noticed I had yet to drop Hoodie's mask. Surprised at myself, I tossed the black ski mask onto the next couch cushion. You haven't got long. And your choices are few. If neither of you can decide, then Slenderman will be forced to make the decision for you. And you do not want that. He turned his head to the front door of my home. He is coming back. I will give you 2 privacy. Masky said, walking back to my back door. No, don't leave me with him. I begged. I don't know why, but Masky felt more human to me, even though I knew deep down he was a creepypasta. But he ignored me, and just as he exited out my back door, my front door burst open, revealing a bloodied Brian, who looked eerily calm for whatever happened between him and Nurse N. I went to get up but stopped by the white noise again. I was starting to think that maybe proxies had something to do with when it activated, but that sounded crazy even to me. Brian walked over to me and caged me into the couch so that I could not escape once the white noise cleared, leaving me feeling breathless. She made us lose time. He stated, tilting his head and looking at my ears. Then his eyes kicked over to where I had thrown his mask on the couch next to me, his hand slowly reaching for it and gripping it. His cold eyes landed back on me, as if he finally decided something. Bedroom. Now. He said, pulling me up and dragging me back to my bedroom by my left wrist. Ignoring how I was resisting. I don't think I want to know what he had in mind. Chapter 11. Slenderman's POV. I watched from the tree lean as Hoodie and Nurse N fell from the child's bedroom window. Hoodie made sure that it was he who had the softest landing of the two of them. I don't much like it when my proxies try to kill each other, but it was hard not to just let them handle their own problems when it came to disputes. Sally watched from my arms as Hoodie punched Nurse N repeatedly in her face. Sally had been worried for Adam, and I had wanted to show her that no matter the choice, Hoodie would do what was best for Adam. Masky, being a good friend, went over to the neighbor's house that Adam was most likely to run to for help and corralled Hoodie's startled prey back to his rightful place. Before Hoodie finished with Nurse N, he stood up and delivered a final kick to her ribs and walked away. Should we help her? Sally asked from my arms. I simply shook my head and motioned Nurse N to our presence. She picked herself up and limped over. She had a crazed smile on her face, as she looked at me. Can I him? She panted, holding her arms where the stitches holding her together began to fall apart. I pointed to the trees behind me, ordering her to return to the forest. She needed to get to work suturing her loose stitching. Adam was Hoodie's and that was all. I had only agreed to allow Sally to give her time to play, and that was all. After all, Sally was a ghost, and whether the little girl in my arms understood fully or not, Ghost had to haunt the living at time to stay energized. Fine. Nurse N huffed, annoyed that I had not taken her side, and stalked as best as her damaged and loose stitching would allow back into the woods. Sally and I watched her go. So, does this mean I can't play with Adam anymore too? Sally said, turning her innocent blue eyes to my. I let out an exasperated sigh that was silent. None of my proxies liked playing by the rules. But it seemed like that my girls were most prone to ignore them. Maybe I am too soft on them. Even little Sally would sometimes disobey the rules that I have set. Hoodie's prey seemed to have attracted more of my proxies, especially if my girls were interested. I'm sure we were all interested in how Hoodie was going to handle the boy. Adam's POV. As soon as we reached my room, Brian jerked my arm, yanking me into the room in front of him and pushing me on top of my bed. I let out a small yelp as my right arm got trapped under me and immediately flipped myself around, not wanting to keep my back to him. I scramble for the opposite side of my bed, wanting to put some distance between me and him. However, Brian merely grabbed my ankle, releasing an angry growl as he did, and pulled me back to the middle of my bed and eliminated any attempt to me kicking out at him by climbing and sitting himself on my legs. I thrashed Ans struggles as much as could to try and dislodge him, to throw him off, but nothing was working. When I attempted to yell and shout for help, he silenced me by covering my mouth with his hand, pressing hard to where my teeth press painfully into my gums. With my pinned and silenced, he watched me struggle beneath him with a coldness and anger, but he did nothing to stop my struggles. I don't know how long I struggled until I laid panting behind his hand, drained, and tired. It was then that he leaned down over me and talked lowly in my ear. "You stay quiet, or else." Then teeth latch onto my earlobe and nibbled, as he removed his hand. "No. Stop," I said, trying to push him off, turning my head to get away from the teeth. He then grasped my chin, his finger digging into the underside of my jaw, so that I could not move my head again, as his teeth moved to my exposed neck, nipping hard at my flesh. "Ow! Stop it," I said, as best as I could, still trying to push him off. He growled then, no longer interested in my neck, and looked me in the eyes. "You have no say. Now be quiet," he demanded. "It's your own fault anyway." "My fault?" I shouted, but was cut off when he crushed his lips onto mine. I immediately clamped my teeth together, denying him access, and he growled in disapproval and pressed harder into the kiss, his hand keeping my neck still so that I could not turn away. "Yes, all yours," he said, breaking the kiss. "I wanted to kill you, but you apparently have awakened something." He moved his hand up to my hair and gripped it close to roots. "I understand why. I just don't want to feel any of this. I like being cold and unfeeling. I like giving myself over to the game. The hunt." I whimpered at the grip in my hair, but tried to give him a glare of my own. "It's my fault you have feeling?" I asked. "Yes," he said, with a growl. The static in my head coming to life. "That doesn't make any sense," I argued, trying to buy time and think of a way out of this. Which was becoming very hard, as my thoughts were jumping around in panic. "You don't need to understand. Just be quiet," he growled, his hand tightening around my neck, to the point that my ear was almost cut off. I clawed at his hand as he took another kiss from me, taking advantage of me trying to get air. As if to help him, the white noise hummed loud and long in my head, and I swear my room glitched out, revealing glimpses of the woods. Amy appeared off to the side, watching as I laid helpless underneath Brian. My eyes locked on this phantom version of my friend. "You see something? Tell me what the sickness is showing you," Brian said, removing his choking hold from my neck, letting gaps for air. I rolled over onto my side, looking directly at the spot that my friend was once at, but she was gone now, gone until the white noise started back up. I ignored the blood that stained my sheets, trying not to think about my ears bleeding. I yanked my left hand free from Brian's grip and wiped at my face, which had become wet with tears, from the strain my body had took on trying to get air. My hands came away with blood, meaning that I was crying bloody tears now. "Amy," I mumbled, answering him. Brian growled at the name of my friend. "Don't say that name again. Say my name," he demanded. "And which name should I call you by?" I argued, no longer caring if I made sense now. "Well," I shouted. "Brian. No. That's not right. I should call you Hoodie. Or would you prefer I just call you Murderer instead?" No longer did I care if I made him upset. I didn't care anymore if he killed me. This bastard had kidnapped me, had chased, and took my best friend from me. It was time I stood up to him. He scowled and grabbed another fistful of my hair and pushed my head into my mattress. The white noise kicking up again and Amy flashed behind my eyelids, this time she looked like her body had been gnawed by something. I do not care what you call me. All I want is for you to be quiet and still. He said, not even reacting to my struggles to lift my head to breathe. His weight settled on my back to lessen my movements, before he pulled my head up to let me gasp for air. I don't like this any more than you do. He said, too close to my ear. And you can call me whatever you like. I do not care. I looked over my shoulder to see him slip on the black ski mask with the frowny face back on. My eyes widened as his voice seemed to lose its monotoned edge just a little. Then stop prolonging this, you psycho. I growled out, renewing my struggles with all my strength. I was able to dislodge him and crawl out from underneath him. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of running from you. I'm sick of this game. Just end it. I yelled, pushing my back against the headboard, placing us face to face with each other. I am. He said, reaching out and gently grabbing hold of my shoulders, his hand on my right shoulder not squeezing, being careful with its injury. We will need to fix your arm. He said, his head tilting and examining my hurt arm carefully. His hand ghosting over it, as if feeling out for the sore joints. I moved away from his reach, away from his touching hands. What? What are you doing? I asked, not sure if I was reading the signals right. I am going to make you mine. He stated, and confirming my suspicions. Make me yours. I shrieked, but before I could continue the white noise came back to life and Hoodie let me ride it out patiently, taking the advantage to caress my face. You trying to kill me, was you flirting? He shrugged. I had to get rid of that pest of a girl first. And then Nurse Ann and Sally had to try and steal you. He moved in close, his masked face pressed up against mine. But I won't let anyone take you. You are mine. Slendy gave you to me. And I will do what I please with you. The hell you will. I growled out and used my left hand to punch his stupid masked face. Sadly, since my left isn't my dominant, the hit was not as hard as I would have liked. I thought for sure that would stop this behavior from him and bring back the bloodthirsty killer that wanted to kill me not too long ago. When he didn't react, I went to punch him again, but this time, he caught my wrist and held it still. Don't do that again. He said. I will get angry. Then get angry, you bastard. See if I care. I shouted. Why change now? You wanted to kill me before. I still do. So be quiet so that I will not. He said, masked face going into nuzzling my neck. I pushed him away. Go away. I was suddenly very relieved that he had decided to put his mask on. If he had left his face uncovered, I probably would be second-guessing my reasonable side right about now. This way though, I wasn't distracted by his handsome face. I could keep myself focused on the killer in front of me. Or just kill me like you planned. I shouted. He backed off at my outburst. The white noise was a constant now, my head hurts, and everything else hurts. I can't anymore. Maybe if we met in a different situation, or I don't know. I just know I can't. It's too much and you are too much. Just stick to your original plan. I begged, wiping at my nose and eyes and even my ears. My stomach started bubbling on the inside and I had to lean over the side of my bed and vomited up blood. As I was puking my guts out, I felt Hoodie place a hand on my back. But I took no notice of it at the moment. Hoodie's POV. I don't understand what was wrong. Shouldn't Adam be happy that I wanted him around? That I was not going to kill him? I had to restrain myself, however. When he punched me in that face, I had to suppress the urge to hit him back. I had made up my mind. I was going to keep him. However, due to his reaction to my confession, I must not have been doing a good job at expressing my feeling. It has been a long time since I felt anything like this, and at this time I was about to lose the one person that had brought on these emotions. He was already puking up blood and the hallucinations were probably getting worse. I was running out of time. I let him finish vomiting up the blood. He was in the final stage of the sickness. I needed to keep him around a little longer to examine these feelings that Slendy seemed adamant about me experiencing. I couldn't let Adam die just yet. I can't let you go just yet, I said, hoping that he would be able to see the benefit of me deciding to keep him. He cut himself off as the sickness took over again. It lasted another 2 minutes before he was back with me. I do not want to be with you any longer, he practically growled out. You hurt me, he declared. But I can make you better too, I informed. I was getting impatient with his stubborn attitude towards my mercy, so I gripped hard on his injured arm, pulling whimper from him. But I can also hurt you even more if you don't behave. He shot me a frightened look that quickly turned to anger, as he shoved at me. Fucking psycho. That did it? I was not going to try and be nice anymore. I grabbed at his throat and flung him onto the floor, allowing the sickness to fully engulf him, and I enjoyed his screams of pain as I met him down on the floor, gripping his jaw and squeezing hard. That's right, and you belong to me. You can never return to your normal life. You are mine, and I don't mind breaking your mind in the process, I said, as I dropped 2 pills into his mouth and forced him to swallow them. Almost immediately he went lax, his struggles and protests ceased. Who what? I patted his cheek gently as he tried to comprehend what I just made him take. You won't die, but I will not allow you to be normal. You will die when I say you can. I reach in my pocket for my pocket knife and slit at his wrists. He made a pitiful whimpering sound that almost made me regret the action. But then if I regretted, then I would not be able to make him belong to me. I needed to leave evidence so that those who came looking would think Adam was unstable. I felt rather than heard when Slendy appeared behind me. And I enjoyed the horror and fear that shone through Adam's eyes when he caught sight of him. I have chosen for the both of us, I informed Slenderman, even though I knew there was no need to. Slendy's black tentacles reached past me and wrapped around Adam and lifted him enough to where one tentacle could stab straight through his chest. We both waited and watched for Adam to lose consciousness, before Slendy slowly placed him down. I turned to face my leader. He seemed pleased. I will be quick so that he will not die, I confirmed, ready to finish altering Adam's home to my liking. Or you could let me handle this and you get Adam situated, Maskey offered, walking into the room with his hands in his pockets. I nodded, and picked Adam up and walked around his house, letting his blood leak out everywhere, but not enough to kill him, before walked into the nearest woods and transported us to the mansion's door. I walked in without anyone so much as stopping me. I felt I could finally relax when I kicked the door to my room shut. Now the question was, where was I going to store him? I looked around unsure for a moment, until I finally decided my closet was as good a place as any for the moment. There wasn't anything in there besides a few spare clothes. And all I needed to do was keep him watered and fed, until me and Slendy finally brainwashed him, or until I tired of his presence, whichever came first. Settling him in the corner of the closet, I closed the door and proceeded to attach a lock on it. That's not a good way to win over someone's heart, I heard Maskey's pet say, being brave enough to crack open my door. Barging into my room is a good way to get yourself killed, I stated, warning him to leave. And I don't want to win his heart, I want to carve it out of his chest. The sound of my bedroom door closing again signaled to me that Maskey's pet had taken my warning and left. And you? I said, letting my hand slide along the door. I don't know how long I will keep you. But while you are mine, I will take care of you. No sound came from behind the door, so I went to my bed and sat, watching, listening. I wanted to be able to taste his fear for when he awoke and saw his surroundings. After this, everything will go back to normal, I mumbled, mostly to myself, content now that Adam was mine. Epilogue. Adam's POV. I have lost count of the days. Hell, I've even lost track of the time. Hoodie had long since moved me from the closet that was my temporary cage to letting me have access to his room, at least until he stuffed me into a straitjacket. I could barely fight even if I wanted to. He kept me lethargic by shoving some type of pill down my throat. I know they are not for the slender sickness. I haven't had a hallucination since that night. I barely remember anything before that creature with no face showed up. I wasn't even sure if it had happened, but I wasn't worried about that at the moment. Currently I was sitting on Hoodie's bed, waiting until he returned. The first few days here, I learned that Hoodie doesn't spend much time here. He mostly stays gone, and it seems like he almost never sleeps. Whenever he does return, he come back covered in blood. He liked to cuddle with me, leaving traces of his kill on me. The metallic smell of blood is forever branded in me brain. It makes me want to gag. He never says anything to me, hardly. Sometimes he will ask how are you feeling, or if did you missed him. However, I do not answer, for why should I, when I have no say to begin with. I am fed and washed, whenever he is here. Sometimes he will even tell me who he had killed, like it was an everyday thing for him, which considering what he was, it has to be. My deep thoughts are interrupted by the bedroom door opening and closing. I recognize Hoodie's silent approach anywhere and I no longer jumped when he wrapped his arms around me. Adam. Did you miss me today? He whispered in my ear. I let my head roll more to the side and away from him, and groaned when he used that advantage to nuzzle my exposed neck. I missed you. He murmured. You make me feel every time I come home. Every time I want to see you covered in the blood of my prey. You. Drenched in their blood. In my kills. He purrs, almost happily. I didn't have the strength to even say anything to him, for what could I say? He was a killer who thought he was in love with me. The only reason he hadn't killed me yet was only because he had mistaken one desire for another. And oh God help me, but I think I am becoming used to being held in his arms. For what more can I do but lie here and be here for him? The end.